Good morning, everyone, and welcome to members of the public. We welcome you to our public hearing meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, October 29th, 2024. Please note, Supervisors Solis and Barger will be joining us later in the meeting. The Chief Executive Officer, County Counsel, Executive Officer, and Sergeant-at-Arms are all here to assist. We'll begin today's board meeting with the county's land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and to elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, the Fernandino Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians, Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit our website. Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
We will begin on page 2, public hearings, items 1 through 11. On item 1, the Director of Public Works requests that this item be referred back to the department as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 5, the Director of Parks and Recreation requests that this item be continued 1 week to Wednesday, November 6, 2024, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 6, the Director of Public Works requests that this item be continued to November 26, 2024. The remaining items will be held for hearing. On page 8, Administrative Matter, item 12, this item will be held for report. That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair. The requests for continuances and refer back are before you.
Moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve these items. That will be the order. Executive Officer, please play our code of conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Today we'll begin with public hearing items 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, then item 12, and finishing with the remaining closed session items and general public comment. Before we begin with our public hearing items, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was also provided on our agenda and explain the speaking rules.
For members of the public wishing to participate remotely, as indicated on the agenda, please call 877-692-8955 and use participant code number 4433663. Members of the public participating remotely and in the boardroom, you will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. You will receive up to 1 minute to address the board on each of the public hearings and the held item, 1 minute to address the board on all closed session items, and 1 additional minute for general public comment. Please note, once your time has expired, we will immediately move to the next speaker. For members of the public joining us remotely, when the board moves to the item you wish to address, promptly press 1, then 0 to be entered into the speaking queue. Remember to turn down the volume on your device as soon as the moderator calls on you, or there will be an echo. You will need to press 1, then 0 for each item on which you would like to speak. To ensure we hear from both in-person and telephonic speakers, we will alternate between the 2 speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so.
Executive Officer, please swear in the members of the public who are requesting to address the board on public hearing items.
Members of the public, including in-person and remote speakers who are requesting to address the board on the public hearing items, please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn in. Please note that in the testimony you give before this board, you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you. You may be seated. We'll now begin with item 2. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Executive Officer, please read in the short title.
Item 2 is a hearing on the proposed annexation of 7 parcels within the unincorporated territories of Altadena, Chatsworth, and the cities of San Dimas, Santa Clarita, and Westlake Village into the Consolidated Sewer Maintenance District and levying of sewer service charges on parcels within the annexed territories. A departmental statement was submitted and correspondence was received.
Unless any supervisors would like to make remarks, we'll go directly to public comment. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers to address this item. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 2, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Our first participant is Eric Previn. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Thank you. And obviously, thank you to Mr. Pastrella, who is the director of the LA County Public Works, for squaring this away. There are a couple of resistors in Santa Clarita, I noticed in the public comment process. They filed little public comments in the item. It's a dismal public showing today because it's dry as a bone, and you seem to have shelved the Hollywood Bowl thing, but I'm going to come back to that. And also on the Covington-Burling item, page 9 says conclusion, but then there's no conclusion. So is that going to be an oral report on the fraud here at the county? I'll take that as a yes, I guess. Okay, well, we'd like to hear that report, and let's advance these things. I'll try to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
At this time, it would be appropriate to close the public hearing and vote on this item. Item 2 is before us. I will move, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell, to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Yes.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 3-0. Supervisor Solis and Barker absent.
We'll now move on to item 3. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Executive Officer, please read in the short title.
I want to say something.
Item 3 is a hearing on the proposed annexation of parcel number 200-23 within the city of Maywood into the Consolidated Sewer Maintenance District and levying of sewer service charges within the annexed parcel. A departmental statement was submitted. No correspondence was received.
I'll turn it to Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I just wanted to say that, after redistricting, I was going around meeting with all the new cities that were now in my district. And when I met with my first meeting with the city of Maywood, they brought this issue up about their sewer. And the city had previously managed their own sewer system and were actually struggling a little bit in terms of the ongoing maintenance and necessary repairs financially. So thankfully, I'm really glad our county has stepped up as a safety net. And today, what we're doing is approving the annexation of the city of Maywood into the Consolidated Sewer Maintenance District. And I want to thank Department of Public Works, particularly Mark Pastrella, for working with the city on this transition. This Consolidated Sewer Maintenance District also serves my city of Rancho Palos Verdes, and I have witnessed firsthand during this very difficult time with all the issues that are happening up there with the land movement. We move very swiftly and efficiently in terms of the sewer issues that they are experiencing and will be experiencing in the future. So I think annexing Maywood into our consolidated sewer district is a great fit for the residents of Maywood. So thank you, Madam Chair. I will be voting aye.
Thank you. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers to address the board. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 3, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Our first participant is Eric Previn. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Thank you. And wow, another Mark Pastrella. And this is great. I think when a small town like Maywood wants to jump into the county, throw another log on the fire. We're happy to take the work and do the job, and it's a great feeling. I think little off topic to talk about the Rancho Palos Verdes thing, but we're going to accept that because it is such a heartbreaker. And it's true, Pastrella does the work, whereas these other utilities, without shaming anybody during a public hearing, really need to step up, because I think we've had a lot of hurt feelings and everything is sliding away. So with that, I would just like to say, please let's investigate what the conclusion is of item 12, because we can't just have a conclusion page. It makes us look
We are
like
on
we're doing,
item 3, a hearing on annexation and levying. Item 12 will come later in our agenda.
Okay, item 3 is in the 3rd district, right? 3 of 5 districts. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
It would be appropriate to close the public hearing and vote on this item. Item 3 is before us, moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 3-0 with Supervisor Solis and Barker noted as absent.
We'll now move on to item 4. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Executive Officer, please read in the short title.
Item 4 is a hearing on the 2023-24 fiscal year-end report for the library facilities mitigation fee funds. adopting a resolution to update the capital improvement plan for LA County Library facilities as of October 29, 2024, and adopt the findings in the fifth year fiscal report for the library facilities mitigation fee program as of June 30th, 2024. No departmental statement was submitted. Correspondence was received.
Unless any supervisors would like to make remarks, we'll go ahead and go to public comment. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers to address the board. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 4, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Our first participant is Eric Previn. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Thank you. I'm conflicted because I know Barger and Solis are not there, but whatever. I guess I'll just make, because Barger likes to talk about the $1 Hollywood Bowl. I went to the library, because this is about the library, to do some research on the Hollywood Bowl and found out it cost me almost $1,500 to go to a concert for a box, which is huge.
This is about the library
wow,
facilities mitigation fee funds. If you could focus your comments on item 4.
Right.
Thank you.
No, as I mentioned, Supervisor Horvath, I went to the library to do research about how much it would cost to go, and I was very pleased with the way it works, and I'm glad we're upgrading infrastructure. But what I learned was it's very, very expensive, and I think trying to move it off of today's agenda is kind of sneaky and kind of not that cool, frankly, because people do care. And
You
I
can
do,
speak about items
participate.
not on
I
the
like
agenda and general public comment, but this item is about item 4.
I know, but I like to go to the library to do my research where the infrastructure is being upgraded.
Thank you. Your time has
not being
expired.
nice.
Next
You
speaker,
don't wanna
please.
hear-
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Item 4 is before us, moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 3-0 with Supervisor Solis and Barger noted as absent.
We're now moving on to item 7. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Executive Officer, please read in the short title.
Item 7 is a hearing on the call for a review of project number project number PRJ 2022-004416, authorizing a new charter school on a 1.17-acre property located at 1059 South Gage Avenue in the unincorporated East Los Angeles community within the metro planning area applied for by Xterra Public Schools. No departmental statement was submitted. Correspondence was received.
Thank you very much. I see that Amy Bodek, our Director of Regional Planning, is here and would like to make a presentation to sort of set the context for today's conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. As was read into the agenda, this is related to a charter school facility in a community, and this is a change of use of an existing church that is within a residential block. And it would be converted to a charter school facility that would serve transitional kindergarten through 8th grade for up to 525 students. It would include approximately 22 classrooms, some offices, outdoor eating areas, and play areas, as well as a multi-purpose room. Since it is an existing church, there will be a conversion of one of the buildings. The other building will be torn down and will accommodate a new 2-story school building. There will be, as part of the project, 38 vehicular parking spaces and 90 bicycle spaces. And then also a on-site, one-way directional drop-off facility. This project did go to the Planning Commission. The school is Xterra Schools. They formerly operated 3 different campuses in the community, and they have been slowly consolidating those schools into theoretically this location. All of the 3 locations that they are currently in are existing public high schools. So they partner with those public high schools. They started with 3. They combined 2 of those schools. So now they have 2 existing locations. Those 2 existing locations would be consolidated to this one new facility. The applicant is here and correct me if I was mistaken in that, but that's my understanding of it right now. At the Planning Commission, there were some concerns raised by members of the direct community related to traffic and queuing on a residential street, passage of pedestrians who would be crossing over a pedestrian bridge that crosses over the freeway from one side of the freeway to the other side of the freeway. There were additional concerns about, as I said, queuing on the street, particularly for drop-off and pickup. But at the Planning Commission meeting, there were also a large number of supporters as well, including families that have students that go to other locations. And the Planning Commission, in a split vote, approved this project. And then it was brought up as a call for review by this board.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Mitchell, you're good? I found my own answer. Oh, there you go. Okay. I just wanted to clarify this. I think I heard you explain that it started that this school was co-located with LAUSD schools in 3 locations, and the effort of this item then consolidates down to 1. Does that mean the co-location no longer occurs?
Yes, it's my understanding that they originally had 3 co-locations. They consolidated one of those with another, so they ended up with 2 co-locations. This would resolve those 2 co-locations, get rid of the 2 co-locations, and they would have their own standalone facility.
Okay, so the proposed facility is not a co-location.
Proposed facility is not a co-location. It is their own standalone facility.
Does that mean, I know this isn't necessarily the subject of this particular hearing, but does that mean that the other locations are available for co-location in the future? Do you know? And it's okay if you don't.
Theoretically, yes, but it's my understanding LA Unified is reducing co-locations in general, so I can't answer that more than that.
Sure, that's helpful. Supervisor Mitchell.
Were the original 3 co-location sites located in East LA also?
They were generally located in the area. One of them was located roughly, I just lost my page.
Okay, sorry.
We need some humming music while I'm pausing here.
I won't play Jeopardy for you.
Here it is.
The proponents can answer that.
Yes.
If you want them to.
So one of them was located on about 1,300 feet south of the site, so that's about a quarter of a mile.
Okay.
One of them was located 0.9 miles west, so 1 mile away, and the third one was 2.1 miles. So 2 out of the 3, I would say, are within the direct vicinity. The third one was 2.1 miles.
But we're not sure if actually in unincorporated LA County, but okay, thank you for that.
The two of the 3 were not in unincorporated. One of the 3 was in unincorporated. The other 2 were in the city of Los Angeles.
Okay. And Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you. I was just going to ask the church that this school is looking to relocate to, how has it operated recently as a church, or is it kind of a vacant, abandoned building for a while?
I do not have the answer to that, but I will ask my staff if they can let me know.
And the concerns of traffic and parking and pedestrian safety, how did the Regional Planning Commission address that?
So there were some conditions of approval that were included in the application packet that staff proposed. And then the Regional Planning Commission actually proposed some additional conditions of approval. And I can get into that in a moment. So the applicant included 3 staggered student drop-off and pickup times to potentially disperse traffic in the mornings and the afternoons. There is a one-way driveway that traverses the site for student pickup and drop-off. They say that they're going to have on-site staff monitor and direct the vehicular traffic. And they are intending to require that teachers and staff carpool from their main office, which is about a mile away. The Planning Commission included additional measures that they install a designated community liaison who would receive and respond to complaints. We asked that they require the school to hold a community meeting at least 30 days before the end of the school year. So the school year ends, and then within 30 days, they have to hold a community meeting so that they can understand what the concerns were of the community during that school year. And then they suggested that we will be participating in annual review at the Planning Commission for this school to make sure that they are continuing to operate. And we would do this at the end of the first year of operation and then again at the end of the 5th year of operation. So they would actually come to the Planning Commission. Staff would prepare an analysis of complaints. The Planning Commission would decide whether or not they were consistent with their permit. Despite these mitigation and recommendations, there were additional community concerns that people who are running late would not adhere to their scheduled drop-off times, that staff and teachers who might be carrying a lot of supplies would not be able to carpool, and that they would instead try to drive and find places to park within the neighborhood, and that there would be general chaos on the street from local traffic because of the staggered drop-off times.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
Thank you.
Supervisor Solis.
Thank you. I apologize for running a little late, but I want to thank you, Amy Bodek, our Regional Planning Director, for being here and answering questions already. And I want to thank members of the audience as well as those that will be listening or calling in. And I especially want to thank those representing the East LA area. I just want to say at the top that your feedback is incredibly important. Everything that we've heard and previously before this hearing today. Colleagues, you might have seen that in the record, the comments on both sides of the issue, and particularly there are many residents with significant concerns about having this school in this specific location. In this case, although a school could be permitted in this area, the approval is not a given. There are many factors that we have to consider before permitting these kinds of projects. Countywide, we have many schools seeking permits, but the location has to be appropriate. That's why the county regional planning has conditional use permit applications for school uses to be able to evaluate them on a case-by-case basis. And Director Bodek, although there are some conditions of approval to help mitigate the impact, some of which you spoke about, I heard specific concerns with traffic congestion, blocking of private driveways, double parking on already congested streets, and concerns over pedestrian safety with double parking on the pedestrian bridge at the Denison Street. I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I might, Director Bodek, and I'd like to begin by saying, are there ways that we can actually mitigate these adverse impacts?
Pardon me, thank you. The short answer is we believe that we've mitigated to the best of our abilities, but we were unable to do a traffic report in particular in this location because it is an existing use that's being converted. And the way that traffic analyses are measured now at a state level is different. We used to measure level of service, and now we measure vehicle miles traveled. So it is a little bit difficult for us to answer those questions that are posed by the community when we don't necessarily require a traffic report anymore. You did bring up Dennison Street, and I do want to paint a picture for those of you who are not familiar with this site. The freeway blocks through traffic from a north-south direction. And so this block abuts the north side of the freeway. Dennison Street parallels the freeway and is used as a cut-through for a lot of traffic trying to avoid some of the congested East LA neighborhoods. And it is certainly a cut-through for folks trying to get around the freeway as well. We did hear those concerns, particularly from the residents who live within that block and then a few blocks away, about blocked driveways, crowded streets, crowded sidewalks, double parking, and then frankly the queuing. But because of state law changes, we are not able to do a traffic analysis in the manner that a lot of the constituents were asking for. And so we can't really mitigate off-site. So we can't mitigate Dennison, for example, without some other means of doing so.
So what I'm concerned about is that area is heavily congested now, and it is in the current location is a church. So it isn't really fully utilized, 5 days a week, maybe 6 days a week, as would be if it was converted to a school. That would, in my opinion, draw more traffic, right? I mean, that's what we're talking about.
So I do not know, and I'm going to ask again. I'm waiting for my staff to get back to me if the church is still it's still in use. The church was permitted back in 1970s. They have a lot of on-site parking. Mm-hmm. A lot of that parking would go away and be replaced by playground area, some on-site parking, but definitely less, and then an additional construction of a new building. Theoretically, the church would not operate as much as a daily school. That is correct.
What I understand from my staff is that the church is not at optimal use right now and hasn't been. They've lost a lot of, parishioners, so it isn't fully utilized. So obviously, when you do have a school site placed there, you're going to have more traffic. And that is a concern of mine. And it's unfortunate the state regulations prevent us from measuring what the traffic flow is. But I can tell you, having traversed those areas myself, because it is in the 1st District, I know that it abuts next to the freeway. And I'm also worried about idling cars that are going to sit there while people are coming in and out of their cars to be dropped off, and just the flow of traffic and how the toxins, air emissions from cars are going to also impact the school site. Already they are impacted.
We are in a non-attainment area, as you all know. So yes, there will be continued impacts. But we are in a non-attainment area.
What does non-attainment mean?
I'm sorry, a non-attainment area for air quality standards in the LA basin, and because they are so close to the freeway, yes. We are out of compliance.
So that's what I want you to clarify.
Yes.
So the public understands that the
we currently, yes, are out of compliance with air quality standards in the LA basin.
So people are already overburdened, and students and residents that live in that area. One question I have, Amy, is how many schools are within that 1,000 feet radius of the site?
So I did talk about the charter schools that Xterra currently operates. 2 of them were within one of them was within about 1,300 square feet. But there are 2 other public campuses, Los Angeles Unified School District campuses within 1,000 feet. One is the Amasayer Primary Center, which is located at Whittier and Eastman and Gage. And then the other one is the Eastman Avenue Elementary School, which is where Xterra used to have a location, I believe.
Okay, so we have at least 3 other.
So you have 2 definitely within 1,000
Right.
feet. You have another location that is about a mile away, another public school that's about a mile away as well.
And to your knowledge, I mean, I know this question has been asked of me by people that live in the area, and I wanted to know if you had any data, but my understanding is that East Los Angeles already has over 17 of these type of schools, and what I would consider oversaturated in East Los Angeles.
So we do have some data. I don't think our data is complete because it dates back a couple of years, and it did not include the 3 Xterra charter schools. So the data that I do have is a little bit aged.
What date do you have?
2021, so 3 years roughly.
Okay.
So 3 years ago, we did have data that we had on our GIS system, and I have 3 elementary, 4 intermediate, and 3 high schools, and those are all charter. So those are 10 charter, plus the 2 public schools that we definitely know about, and then any other charters that may have been permitted separately as well.
And does LA County Office of Ed keep track of that? Or should they?
It's actually the state that does it because other school districts can charter a school in a different district. So for example, of the 10 that I listed, the Office of Education chartered one of those 10, but the Acton Agua Dulce Unified School District chartered one of the 10. So a school district A is allowed to charter in school district B. It doesn't have to be in your own school district.
And that's, go ahead. Yeah, can we, yeah, because I still have more questioning. But
Yeah, but I want to, on the point
Sure.
you're just on,
Go
thank
ahead.
you, because I was thinking that. So Lake Cohen, no one does kind of the saturation assessment
Right.
that Supervisor Solis is talking about. If School District A can charter in District B, there's no one
Correct,
managing or even reviewing
Right.
saturation rates.
correct.
Does LACO review locations also when they approve charters?
I do not believe so.
Okay, thank you.
And that's a problem, because I know that we tried to get information from LACO, and they did not have the same numbers that I am sharing with you, the 17 that we know of, and there are possibly more. So I would think that is kind of a backup, too, that we probably have to go back to them and request that there be some type of effort to give us that mapping, because I think all of us would be concerned about that. I know I've gotten several calls over the last few years about that. So that's just something that has kind of a red flag for me. But again, I thank you, Amy. I just want to go back to my statement here. Obviously, what has been reflected in the public record and what I've heard is that there's a severe lack of confidence that the conditions recommended by regional planning will be followed, as you somewhat alluded to, because you may not be to effectively mitigate those adverse impacts of building a school in this location. And although the conditions in the school representatives have shared that teachers will be carpooling, that parents will be required to sign an agreement to abide by requirements that includes abiding by the 3 designated staggered time options for drop-off and pickup, I'm hearing that that really isn't enough. How do you really enforce that? I mean, that doesn't happen with some of our other schools. And we constantly get calls and complaints from our residential neighbors that are impacted. And people should know that this is an area that is tucked into an already densely impacted area, primarily single and multifamily residential uses nestled in a pocket that is up against, as we said, Denison Street that runs parallel to the 5 freeway. And Denison Street is used as a fast thoroughfare, as you outlined already, to cut through very impacted residential streets. This often happens throughout the unincorporated East LA area. I'm also concerned about the environmental impacts that the project in a neighborhood that has been identified by the state as significantly pollution burden, as you stated. With more idling cars, the pollution in the area is only going to get worse, which will further impact the health of our students, teachers, residents, and other folks in the area. And I'm also concerned that emergency responders, I've heard, may not be able to reach households if there are such emergencies with blocking of private driveways, the double parking, and added traffic congestion. To me, that is a safety hazard. And so today I know we are going to be hearing comments from the public that are here, from the applicant and the many speakers who are in support and opposition of this item. I will turn it back now to our chair and ask that we hear, if there aren't any more questions from board members, to hear from the public.
Okay, then do I have any other comments or questions from my colleagues? All right, with that, we will go to public comment.
Well, Adelberta Morales, Alberto Penalosa, Alfred Frejo, Alicia Castro, Alma de Caldillo, Alma Penalosa, Alma Torres, Anthony Montiel, Anthony Peña, Anthony Montes, Benya Martinez, Benny Carlos, Blanca Jacinto, Blanca Paderes, Blanca Penalosa, Brian Montiel, Camelia Pestenes, Carlos Montes, and Carmen Alonso. Please come forward and staff will assist you.
Okay, before we start with the public, we'll hear from the applicant and appellant Nicole Duquette, who will be given a total of 2 minutes to come up and welcome.
Esteemed supervisors, we are here today to say yes to Xterra's consolidation project that the Planning Commission approved 4-1. This is not a new charter, and we are not a new school. We exceeded the pollution and traffic requirements for this CUP. Say yes, because the church must sell, and they've chosen a community service over a developer because gentrification harms all of the neighbors. And 330 immediate neighbors signed pledges of support for this project. Say yes, because we are currently renting co-location sites that are 100 years old, and one does not even have a roof. Say yes, because students are Latino, low-income students who are significantly special ed and English learner, yet they are outperforming their peers statewide. Today, if this vote is about the community and the children, then your vote is clear. Today, we can do what is right for children instead of falling to the pressures of special interest groups. Say yes, because children in East LA and Boyle Heights deserve a high-quality education every day where their heritage is elevated and their teachers and their leaders look like them. This is a civil right for every single one of our students that they deserve and are entitled to. Say yes, because doing the right thing is sometimes just this easy. A no vote would disenfranchise low-income Latino residents of East LA and Boyle Heights. These parents choose Xterra because sometimes they cannot vote at the ballot box, but they choose to vote with their feet where they enroll their children in schools so that their children can achieve the American dream. Today, we say yes because our children deserve the very best of you. And today, by voting yes, you can tell these children that you believe in their untapped potential. Vote yes today. We also brought our traffic and CEQA consultants if you need technical answers to your questions and concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think we have any. Supervisor Solis, do you have any questions? Or go ahead to public.
You can go ahead.
Okay, we'll go ahead. Then we'll start with calls on the phone.
As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 7, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Our first participant is Gabriel Curres. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Thank you. I urge the Board of Supervisors to deny the CUP for the Xterra Charter School. East LA is an impacted community with a long history of suffering from many social, economic, and environmental traffic burdens. This location for the proposed school is not compatible. It is an area which is dense in the middle of single multifamily residential use next to the 5 freeway. Concerns with bringing concentrated trips to one area from the proposed 3 schools, 300 plus students to a residential neighborhood to be relocated and consolidated at the subdivision site and enlarged with an additional capacity for up to 500 students. There's a lack of confidence that in practice the recommended conditions in the approval and any other conditions would be carried out and effective to mitigate the concerns and impacts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Antonetta Garcia. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, hi, my name is Antonieta Garcia, the co-chair of Education chapter for Centro CSO, and I'm here to say to vote no on this construction. East LA has been very impacted with community with a long history of suffering from many socioeconomics. We're talking about traffic congestion, pedestrian safety, allergies, asthma, cancer. Also, that church that it's been long term without no people. So we're talking about an old church that has created a lot of asbestos. When you guys do that construction, all the asbestos is going to contaminate the whole entire community. Our community is already impacted, and by you guys having a school of 300
Thank
and more
you.
than
Your time has
525
expired.
students.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Tracy Cook. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hi, I'm Tracy Cook, a member of Parents Supporting Teachers. In the 2nd District where I live, 34 charter schools have closed since 2000, low enrollment. These closures wasted at least $20 million public dollars in startup fees alone. In the 1st District, where Xterra is located, 20 charters closed. Now Xterra wants to construct a campus adjacent to the 5. Based on CEQA, no schools can be built by a freeway except private and charter schools. In 2021, after KIPP Charter tried to build on a lot filled with arsenic-laden dirt in Cudahy, a bill was put forward in the legislature mandating all charter and private schools follow the same CEQA laws as public schools. However, the California Charter School Association opposed the bill and it was killed. Backdoor politics always hurt families. Honorable supervisors, you have a public duty to block groups who take public money, public resources, then strap on wax wings and head for the sun. Please vote no on item 7. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Jennifer Rodriguez. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hello, thank you to Supervisor Solis for setting the hearing. My name is Jennifer Rodriguez. I am a homeowner located right next door to the project, the Xterra School. I have 3 properties on my lot. I live in the back house. Building the school will bring a higher rise building right next door to my property. I will not be receiving any kind of air or even be able to see the community from where I live. In August 2024, I was diagnosed with ovarian cancer. I will be going into treatment, and the pollution bringing on to my health and the toxins will not be good during my treatment. Looking at the layout of the school, the backside of my property will be the lunch pavilion, which will also bring a lot of garbage, smell, rodents into my property.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we have 11 remaining in queue in the audio. Our next participant is Jackie Goldberg. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hi there, County Board of Supervisors. Thank you for taking up the review of the conditional use permit for the Xterra Public Schools in East Los Angeles. I'm writing to urge you to reject the Regional Planning Commission's approval of the project. The proposed project is unfit for the construction of any new school. The project site is in the shadow of the 5 freeway, less than 100 yards away, and is further bound by the 710 to the east and 60 to the north. Students in East Los Angeles are already among the most pollution burdened in the entire state. To locate their school just a literal stone's throw from the freeway would unjustly subject children to greater exposure to particulate, benzene, and other pollution that will do them direct harm. In addition to the serious environmental injustice of locating a new school at the project site, adding yet another charter school to a community with more than its share of them seems unnecessary, unsustainable, and will undermine existing schools in the area. Xterra
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Eric Previn. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Wow, wow, Jackie Goldberg made it very clear. She drew the lines. This is a LAUSD versus charter school problem. So all the supervisors are getting a little nervous, hoping they'll make the right decision to either support a new school that's going to block that woman's view and doesn't comply with all the rules that other schools have to, versus a neighborhood that's already besieged and would rather not have that school. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Where can we look for a decision point?
Okay, next speaker.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you. We'll go to, thank you. Our next participant is Delilah Cesares. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin. Do apologize. They've removed themselves from the queue. Our next participant is Hans Johnson. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Good morning, Supervisors. This is Hans Johnson on behalf of the East Area Progressive Democrats, whom I'm honored to serve as president. Our members oppose this conditional use permit for an unnecessary charter school at a contaminated site in communities already saturated by charter schools. Board District 5 has more than 50 charter schools operating. Board District 2 already has 48 charter schools operating. This problematic charter and the contamination caused by cars circling around the blocks, disrupting the quality of life in communities already struggling with contamination and pollution burdens is exactly the problem we have been fighting for all 10 years of our existence. I urge the supervisors to listen to the concerns raised by residents and those raised by District 1 and give deference to that argument and to the concerns raised here today. Please reject the CUP and please stop oversaturation of charters in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Michael Torres. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hello, good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Michael Torres. I live down the street from this project. I oppose this charter school. I don't think this is the right location for a school due to the congestion that we already have in East LA. There'd be too many cars, too many issues with the residents, so many complaints. This just isn't the spot for that charter school. And just like as people are saying, there will be more cars on the road just idling and creating pollution. So I oppose this, and I hope you do as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Mike Romero. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Yeah, hi, good morning, everyone. I'm an East LA resident. I live on the same street off of Gage, and this is going to be a terrible mistake to have this school here. It's the wrong location. It's literally 200 feet away from the 5 freeway. I measured it myself. the street here, the residential streets are already saturated with street parking. There's absolutely no more parking. How are we going to do valet? It's going to be terrible for us here. People blocking driveways. Just to talk about the valet, it's going to be chaos. What about the people that are going to have to park and drop off their kids? Where are they going to park? They're going to double park throughout the whole street, and our parking enforcement never does anything here to enforce the parking, any citations. So this is a horrible location. It's obvious it's not going to be good for our kids. 200 feet away from the freeway, I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out. I say no. Vote for
Thank you.
this,
Your time has
not in East
expired.
LA.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Marie Cervantes. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Mari Cervantes, and I am calling in regards of the charter school that's trying to open in East LA. I think it's a right idea. It's a good idea. It's just in the wrong spot. I think that's not the right spot to put a school in there, knowing the traffic. Not only the traffic, it's a dead end. You don't want a school in a dead end. I don't think that's the right move for kids. Yeah, I oppose this method, this charter school. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. We're going to go to in-person now. Welcome.
Buenos días. Soy Luz Hernández, madre de niños de Exterra.
Good morning. My name is Luz Hernandez, parent of children from Exterra.
Como soy una madre de familia, me gustaría tener en unas condiciones más mejor a mis hijos, en unos salones que sean confortables para ellos, ya que tenemos 2 años en una escuela que no tenemos techo.
As a parent, I would like to have my children in better conditions now that we have been in a school for now 2 years, in a school that has no roofing.
Falta de aire acondicionado en algunos salones, y mi pregunta es como madre como madre, yo les preguntaría a ustedes si les gustaría tener en estas condiciones a sus hijos o a sus propios nietos donde no tenemos aire acondicionado ni techo de la escuela.
And we have lack of air conditioning, as well as a parent, I ask you, would you like to have your children, your grandchildren in this school that has no roofing and no air conditioning?
Yo, Luz Toledo, apoyo el proyecto de Gage para tener nuestro propio plantel, para que puedan nuestros hijos tener un edificio nuevo con instalaciones dignas para nuestros niños y nuestras comunidades. Gracias.
I, Luz Toledo, I approve this project on Gage so that our children can have their own building, their own space, to be able to have the adequate learning and better in our communities.
Madam Chair, I want to ask her what school her children currently attend that doesn't have a roof. I've never heard of that before. ¿Cuál es la escuela donde van sus niños que no tiene techo? ¿Qué es el nombre?
Eastman.
Que no tiene techo.
No tiene techo, correcto.
Doesn't have a roof, correct.
¿Y es parte del distrito de Los Ángeles?
Sí.
Yes.
I've never heard that. We'll have to check it out. Okay, gracias.
Gracias.
Hello, I'm Benya with Centro CSO, representing my family.
Oh, es wait a minute. Point of clarification.
Yeah, I heard her say LAUSD at the end, so I wanted to clarify. Her child is currently in a charter in one of the current locations? And I'm like you, Supervisor Solis. I'm trying to understand when you say the school, I understand no air, lots of our schools don't, but when you say it doesn't have a roof, I need to understand what that means.
Mm-hmm.
And whoever can answer that. I see the...
Maybe the administrator. Maybe the administrator.
Yes.
No, quiero hablar con la administradora.
We currently are co-located on several LAUSD campuses
Yes.
that we're moving if we win today,
Yes.
right? So the Eastman campus had the roof removed in the summer of 2023 to do a renovation and upgrade project. The project was stalled out due to incorrect blueprint design. They had to come back to you guys, actually. So it has now been from July of 2023 through today with no roof at the Eastman campus on the LAUSD building and the charter portable building that we rent from them. So we've had a tarp, and as you know, last winter was the rainiest winter on record in LA, and we incurred extensive damage, and our students had to move in and out of the library or the auditorium every single day that it rained.
Okay,
That's
so
the
it-
LAUSD campus that they're co-located.
Right,
LAUSD
you're
campus,
contracting that,
correct.
okay.
Thank you.
That,
Yes.
we needed to have that clarification.
Yes,
You're welcome.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
thanks for the follow-up.
Thank you. Thank you. You're on again. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Benya. I'm with Centro CSO, and I'm here to speak up on behalf of my family. My aunt's currently at the doctor's and trying to figure out what's wrong with her. One of the causes that I suspect would be anything from the X-side issue. That's something that's being proposed to be in a nationally, the national priority list, and hopefully that'll resolve a lot of issues for a lot of citizens in the area. But for this school's project site to be located within the 1.7-mile radius that they designated as being contaminated, where they haven't done enough exams, they haven't done enough investigation to make sure that the water isn't contaminated, they're producing this plan that's supposed to be mitigating ingress, egress for emergency vehicles. And as I see it in Afghanistan, that does not look at all like a proper ingress, egress. This school would be placing the families in those neighborhoods in danger, and those students will be suffering from the health effects of the environment that they're being placed into. I don't know that these parents understand that, but thank you.
Thank you. And instead of clapping, if you would just raise your hands in support, that would be great. Thank you. Go ahead.
Buenos días, pertenezco a la comunidad escolar de Exterra desde hace más de 8 años y el día de hoy estoy aquí representando la voz de los niños de Exterra Public School.
Good morning. I belong to Exterra Public Schools for now 8 years, and today I'm here representing the children and the voices of the children that attend the public schools.
Imaginen que como niños no tengan su propio espacio para jugar, para desarrollarse, no poder ser libres dependiendo siempre de los horarios de la escuela vecina, estar limitados para sus actividades.
Imagine that as a child, you don't have your own space, you don't have a place to play or to develop or to be free or independent from the surrounding school districts, and also limited with many activities.
Mi hija terminó su etapa en Exterra como muchos otros niños, deseando haber tenido su propio edificio, su propia escuela. Muchos padres estamos aquí apoyando el día de hoy porque queremos lo mejor para lo que más amamos en la vida, que son nuestros hijos.
My daughter finished her schooling in Exterra just like many other students, and wishing that they had their own building and their own schools. And as parents, we are here to support, and we would want a better place for those that we love the most, which is our children.
Hoy quiero pedirles, porque en sus manos está, que podamos tener nuestro propio edificio. No le fallen a nuestros hijos para que por primera vez puedan decir, esta es mi escuela, aquí es donde pertenezco, esta es mi comunidad escolar, ahora soy libre de salir al patio a jugar, ahora estamos todos juntos, esta es mi escuela, Exterra Public School.
So today I am here to ask, because it is in your hands, that you please allow us to have our own building and don't fail our children. And for the first time, they can say, this is my school, this is where I belong, this is my community, and now I am free and I have a place to play. And now we can be together, and this is my school, Exterra Public Schools.
Thank you. And again, if you can raise your hand. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Board of Supervisors. My name is Alfred Freiho. I'm counsel for Exterra. I want to first off indicate that we submitted a detailed letter for the record that should be in your packet that allows us ample and detailed opportunity to address some of the concerns that were mentioned on the record today by our supervisor representing the district. The fact of the matter is that this project has been the subject of rigorous review by the planning team of your county, our county, and your team. We have spent significant resources to provide additional mitigation measures that we think adequately address the concerns around queuing in particular, the concerns around traffic in particular, and the ability for us to be able to co-locate, bring two schools into one school in a modern campus that has a working roof, that has state-of-the-art technology, that allows us to accommodate for the queuing in the property is critical to us.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Adalberta Morales y yo he estado en Exterra desde el primer día que abrió Exterra en el 2011.
Good morning. My name is Adalberta Morales, and I have been with Exterra since the first day that they opened in 2011.
Y tenemos 13 años que no tenemos un edificio propio.
And it's been 13 years that we don't have our own building.
Por favor, aprueben este proyecto que es para nuestros niños que digan, tenemos nuestra propia escuela.
Please approve this project that is for our children so that they're able to say, now we have our own school.
Yo sé que ustedes tienen un buen corazón y ustedes lo van a aprobar porque los niños necesitan su propio edificio.
I know you have a good heart and you will prove it because the children need their own building.
Yo tengo una hija que salió de Exterra desde el primer día que abrió Exterra y yo les traje una carta para que la vean. Ella es niña de educación especial.
I have a daughter who attended Exterra since the first day they were there, and she is now out. And I have a letter that she wrote you. She's from special needs.
Si no hubiera sido por Exterra, mi hija no estuviera ahorita en el segundo año de universidad.
If it wasn't for Exterra, my daughter now would not be on her second year at university level.
Y señorita Solís, ¿usted se recuerda cuando fue a Exterra, en Lorena Exterra, que estuvo con el doctor Kennedy? Aquí tengo una foto donde usted le estuvo leyendo a nuestros niños y dijo que Exterra era igual que todas las escuelas.
And Ms. Solis, do you recall when you went to Exterra here with Dr. Kennedy and you were reading to the children saying that Exterra was just like any other school from the communities?
Por favor, necesitamos nuestro edificio. Gracias.
Please, we need our building. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Blanca Peñalosa y yo fui madre de un estudiante que estuvo, tres estudiantes, perdón, que estuvieron presentes en esta escuela Exterra.
Hello, good morning. My name is Blanca Peñalosa, and I am a mother of 3 students that attended Exterra.
Estoy aquí para expresar mi apoyo inquebrablemente a la reconstrucción de las escuelas públicas de Exterra.
I am here to express my support for the reconstruction of these public schools, Exterra.
Nuestros niños merecen la misma educación y la calidad que otros niños viven en otros barrios.
Our children deserve the same quality of education as other children that live in other neighborhoods.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Camelia Pastenes y estoy aquí como abuela representando a mis nietos que estuvieron en la escuela Exterra.
Good morning, my name is Camelia Pasteles and I am here as a grandma representing my grandchildren who were also in Exterra schools.
Yo les ruego a ustedes que apoyen a la educación de los niños, apoyen también para que se construyan nuevas escuelas charter.
I am here and I am begging you to please support the schools and also so that we can build more charter schools.
Un entorno educativo moderno que satisfaga sus necesidades. La oposición Un entorno moderno donde los jóvenes, niños, estén en un entorno educativo favorable.
So we should have a modern environment where the children can be in a favorable environment and that they are all together.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alma Peñalosa, and I'm here for the community. Dear supervisors, I'm here to express my unwavering support for Estera Public School rebuilding. Our Latino children deserve the same high-quality education of those of affluent neighborhoods. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Montes. I'm here on behalf of support of this program and this facility because our children need more facilities, more schools to develop, grow. It also provides opportunity for Latino families in the area. The only complaint I hear from everybody that's opposing this project is traffic. Traffic. We live in Los Angeles. There's traffic everywhere. Where in East LA especially, they were saying delayed cars, double parking. You can go there right now and you'll find a bunch of streets exactly the same way. You know? So it's upsetting that the only argument of opposition is traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. This will be the last in person until we'll go back to the phones and then come back to in person. Thank you. Welcome.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Blanca Jacinto. Vengo para representar a la Escuela Esterra.
Hello, good morning. My name is Blanca Jacinto, and I am here to represent Exterra School.
Creo que todos los niños merecen un respeto y la mejor educación y los mejores momentos para que ellos se recuerden de unas mejores escuelas que vayan camino a su éxito.
I believe that children deserve respect, better education, better moments and memories so that they can remember that they were on the way to better education.
Recuerden que ellos también serán el camino y serán los niños del futuro, ya que eso es muy importante para ellos y también como abuela, como tía, me da mucho orgullo de ver cómo la educación se expande y que digan que Esterra es una de las mejores escuelas de su comunidad. Muchas gracias.
And also, you know, I feel that as a grandma, as an aunt, I believe that they should be the ones that believe in that education and they could see how it expands and how education expands and they can say that Exterra was one of the best schools. Remember, they are leading the way. They are the future.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to the phones.
Well, Alfredo Rami, Angelina Chavez, David Otto, Diana Delgadillo, Dimas Giron, Domis Rodriguez, Eddie Torres, Edward Najero, Eduardo Lopez, Elena Ortiz, Elizabeth Hernandez, Eloisa Galindo, Elsa Hernandez, Emily Alvarez, Fernando Jimenez, Fernando Lomolic Garcia, Ilse Escobar, Jackie Carlos, Jade Tolar, and Hamilet Zarabia. Please come forward and staff will assist you. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our next participant is Julie Regalado. Your line is open. If you are muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Julie Regalado, and I'm with Isay Padres contra la Privatización and also Centro CSO. I want to encourage denying the cup for the Exterra Charter School. It will create traffic, more traffic than there already is. Just because there's traffic, we don't have to add to more traffic. That will possibly not let a firefighter, ambulance pass through because my mom lives a block away from there. So yes, that's a concern, the traffic, the pollution, and the rise of asthma and breathing problems that we already have in our community. I urge the entire board of supervisors to deny the cup for the Exterra Charter School. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Lucia Amaro. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hi,
Hi, my name is Lucia, and I'm with Eastside Padres and Centro CSO, and I'm opposing to deny CUP for Exterra Charter School. Yes, it is a traffic issue, but it is a very much health issue. It is very important to keep our community safe and healthy, and I just don't think that it is a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Ana Ponce. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin. Ana, your line is open. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Ana Ponce y quería hablar sobre Exterra. Soy una mamá mi hijo va aquí en la escuela Eastman y mi opinión es que, ¿por qué poner más escuelas privadas si ya hay muchas escuelas públicas del distrito? ¿Acaso el distrito no está a nivel de las escuelas públicas, de las escuelas privadas para que sigamos haciendo más escuelas privadas? ¿Dónde queda el nivel del distrito? Deberíamos de mejorar más las escuelas que ya tenemos en vez de seguir haciendo más escuelas. Sí hay techo en nuestras escuelas, sí hay lugar para que los niños jueguen, sí hay aire acondicionado. Eastman es una escuela con muchas cosas que dar y Exterra nos las está quitando.
Thank you. Your time has expired. We will now hear the Spanish interpretation of this comment.
Hello, good morning. My name is Ana Ponce, and I am a parent of students that attend Isla. And so why do we need to have more private schools? Well, we have plenty of public schools. At what point does the district have a limit? Is it going to be better schools if we build more private schools? We do have roofing, we have AC, we have a play area, we have spaces for our children, which Exterra is taking away.
Thank you. Next remote speaker, please.
Our next participant is Jelani Aliaga. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Board of Supervisors, I'm calling to oppose this project. I completely support the idea of kids having their own school. This is just a complete wrong area. My grandma lives down the street from there. It's so close to a freeway. There's already so much traffic there simply because of that freeway, and all of that is going to get way worse. So I'm calling to oppose this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Angelica Prieto. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Angelica Prieto, and I'm here to oppose the project. I think also that it's really bad for our kids, paying all the taxes of the freeway. Also, all the issues that we have with parking, and that's going to be congesting more of the area. I oppose the project because I think it's a really bad location. Good project, but bad location. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Mary Martinez. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
I support the charter schools. What I'm opposed to is it being built on a residential street, which would create a lot of traffic with dropping off and picking up of the students. Please take that into consideration. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Stacy Feliciano. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hi, good morning. My name is Stacy, and I do reside on Eastman, adjacent to the school. I strongly oppose this project being built. This project will be surrounded by homes, and within my household, where I live, it's going to be traffic blocking my driveway, cause of loud level noises, toxins from idling cars, smell from garbage, pollution, parking with minimizing of airflow, where me and my son both have severely asthmatic issues, and it will cause even more health issues for us. The traffic surrounding the residential area is heavily congested, and with this school being built, it will substantially increase. There are surrounding schools within this area, within a 10-mile radius, the K-12, within K-12, Eastman, Rowan, Camp Academy, the primary center on Whittier and Eastman, Stevenson Middle School. So with this point, I strongly oppose with this project being moved forward, and I go ahead and I say not only with the traffic, but health issues too. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Karina Lopez. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Karina with Centro CSO. I'm against item 7 on the agenda to authorize a new charter school in East LA because, as others have already said, the project will, yes, cause traffic, but not only that, it'll cause more pollution in an area that is already affected by the heavy pollution and has affected their health. And I do want to emphasize that there are already many schools in East LA that need to be invested in. We don't need to open a new charter school for Black and brown students to have more opportunities. There are already good schools in East LA that have roofs, that have air conditioning, and these students in these public schools deserve the same investment and the same equal opportunities that are given to charter school students. And so I strongly oppose this project. We need to invest in the schools we already have. Additionally, so many times, private companies want to come into our communities and build their projects without the input of the local community. And
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Robert Dominguez. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Robert Dominguez. I oppose this project. Now, I oppose, it's a good project, but I oppose it because of traffic. Now, imagine, I live 2 blocks away. Imagine I call 911, like our Supervisor Hilda Ruiz said. I call 911, I got a heart attack, or a house is burning. Imagine how long it's going to take the police department, the fire department to get there. It's going to be too much project. So please, supervisors, let's support this project. Let's find another place that there's enough traffic for you guys to build a building, but right where we live at, it's not a good project. Thank you very much. I hope you guys support this project.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Delia Pajares. Your line is open. If you are muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Delilah Casares, and I oppose this project next door. I vote no, being that I've been a resident here for 74 years, next door to the church, Amy, that is still active 7 days a week. They still have church. They host church. And this school that they're going to build here is not a good thing. The pollution, our health issues for our neighborhood, our community is not good. The traffic is ridiculous if they're going to build this school. We already have schools here. We have Eastman Avenue, where I went, my children went, my grandchildren went, and they are very successful. So I don't even know why they want to build a school here. Leave the church. It's historical. It's a monument here for us. And also the cafeteria, bugs, rodents, roaches, what are we going to expect from that? When they built all this, a diesel and everything is not going to be good for our health. We have elderly people here. We have a lot of elderly people that reside here, and they're right. The ambulance, the police department, the fire engine, we're not going to be able to help us. So please, I say no to this project next door.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And
Thank
I
you.
hope
Your time has expired.
Thank you. Now we're going to go to public speakers. Welcome. And then would you please have the next speaker come up so we can, thank you.
¿Ya? Ok. Mi nombre es Mercedes García Nuño y yo tengo mis nietos ahí en la escuela externa y yo vengo a apoyar para que tengan los niños una buena educación con su aire acondicionado, con todos los servicios que se requiere de una escuela, porque estamos en un país poderoso.
My name is Mercedes Garcia Muñoz. Good morning. And I am a grandparent who is here to support her grandchildren. And I believe that the children deserve a school of their own, to have AC, to have all the requirements that they need for them to have an education.
Sí, entonces los niños son merecedores para que estén en una aula muy bien, en buenas condiciones, con su aire acondicionado, con su espacio para los deportes. Yo pienso que todos somos papás y todos queremos lo mejor para nuestros hijos.
Yes, with good conditions, space for sports, and also for them to have areas where they can play. I think that as parents, we want the best for our children.
Esto es lo que los niños se merecen porque es lo que ellos necesitan para abrir camino en su vida cada uno. Es la base del éxito, la escuela.
I think that that is what they deserve and what they need in order for them to open their way into success. That's what they need, school.
Porque no queremos vagos en la calle que anden haciendo vagancias. Queremos que los niños estén educados para que este país se levante más de lo que todavía es. Es un país poderoso y queremos el apoyo para que los niños triunfen, para estar orgullosos de ellos y de este país. Es todo lo que puedo decir.
We don't want hoodlums. We don't want kids on the streets. We don't want them to be out on the streets. We want educated children. This country is a strong country, and we want children that can support that country in the future.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Morning, County Supervisors. My name is Benny Carlos. I strongly, definitely support this project. I think there needs to be more schools. I understand there's a church that's involved, and a lot of people commenting on the traffic and the double parking. That happens at every school, at every level, public, private. It's been an ongoing thing. Freeways are near every school's traffic. It's only going to be for pickup and drop off. People can be patient for a minute while their kids are being dropped off and picked up. I think it's strongly recommended. I mean, we approve everything else. There's more dispensaries than there is schools, which is a good thing also because medical marijuana is legal. It's helped California raise money as well. But I went to our charter school as well as a kid, and I always remember the words of Tom Bradley. He said there's need to be more schools like this to upgrade our kids and make it a better life for all of us here in LA County. Thank you.
Yeah. Buenos días, mi nombre es Carmen. Estoy aquí apoyando a la escuela externa, Charter School. El momento es hora. Hemos esperado demasiado por el cambio. Nuestros hijos no pueden permitirse esperar más.
Hello, good morning. My name is Carmen, and I am here in support of Extera Charter School. And the moment is now. We have waited a very long time, and our children cannot be allowed to wait anymore.
El plan de espera está listo. La comunidad está lista. Hagamos historia y aprobemos este proyecto hoy.
Extera's plan is ready. The community is ready. Let's make history and let's approve this project today.
Espero de corazón que nos apoyen este proyecto, ya que ustedes tuvieron hijos pequeños o tienen nietos, y siempre nosotros los padres queremos lo mejor para que nuestros hijos lleguen a la universidad.
We do hope that you support us in this project as you have had children or have grandchildren, and so we would like for you to support us so that our children can make it to the university level.
Espero que apoyen este proyecto. Gracias.
I do hope you support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Blanca Paredes.
Good morning, my name is Blanca Paredes.
Yo estoy aquí para apoyar la escuela. Soy madre de 3 niños.
I am here to support the school. I'm a mother of 3 children.
Me gustaría que ellos tuvieran más, como dicen, el techo, el aire acondicionado, que como pues ustedes son madres, también padres, tienen que apoyarnos a que ellos tengan lo que necesitan en la escuela.
So I would like for them to have better education and, like they're mentioning, a roof, an AC. And as you are parents or mothers, you know, we would like that you support us with the needs that these children have in their schools.
Ay, qué mío.
I'm nervous.
también me gustaría, me siento feliz porque yo sé que se va a hacer algo para que ellos estén mejor. Yo en las escuelas de mis hijos no tuve buenas oportunidades, estuvieron mal, pero yo espero aquí, por eso estoy aquí para apoyarlos y espero de que tengan un bonito corazón y para apoyar a estos niños en lo que ellos necesitan.
I would like, I feel really happy that I'm here. I know that something good will come of it. Something better will be done. I didn't have the same luck with my children. They didn't have good schools. And so I know you have a kind heart, and we will do something for the children to have a good school, better schools.
Muchas gracias, eras toda.
Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Supervisors. Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Anthony Montiel. I'm here to advocate for the rebuilding of extra public schools. Our Latino children deserve access to quality education. The United Teachers of Los Angeles opposes this project, seemingly to boost the political standing. We need a state-of-the-art facility that meets needs of our students and our community, with ample parking to minimize distribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello. I just want to start off with saying good morning. I hope everyone's doing so far. It's good so well. I'm Byron Montiel, and I'm here to empathize the importance of extra public school for our Latino community. Every child, regardless of their zip code, deserves equal access to quality education. The United Teacher of Los Angeles opposed this project, but we cannot let political ambitions dictate our children's future. A vote against rebuilding this school is a vote of asking Latino children in East Los Angeles to accept second best. They deserve our support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, good morning. My name is Carlos Montes. I'm a member of Centro CSO, the Education Committee. And first of all, I want to thank you for putting this on the agenda. I grew up in East LA. I still live in the hood, by the way. I graduated from Garfield High School. I attend the Senior Center at Salazar Park, one of our martyrs, and I walk the neighborhood. We all support great public education. I've been a long advocate for public education, but this is in the wrong spot, right? This is a quiet residential community. This putting 3 different schools into one location will create traffic, pollution, and noise. I walk the neighborhood with seniors. We already complain about the saturation of traffic and noise in our community, right? We support great public schools. This is just the wrong location. Please vote against this project. I support the families that are here that are striving for a better education.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, good morning, Supervisors. As an older brother, I want the better schools, better schools for my brothers, cousins, nephews as well. So, which it means better resources and a fully staffed school to support our community. Let's think about the future of your the future children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Angelina. I live on Gage, right across the street from this place that's going to try to build. I am not in agreement with this building. We do have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 schools around a mile from that area. Some are public schools, most of public schools, one KIPP school, and Our Lady of Lourdes, which is a private church school, and Amanecer, those are included in there. The reason I don't agree with this is whatever they do here, we are on a lead-prone place where whenever they start digging this thing, it's going to start going around, as well as carbon monoxide when cars are gonna be there idling, and they won't be there for like 5 minutes. They'll be there for more than 30 to an hour. 2 lines. Denison, it's a 2-way street, so traffic is going to be horrible in there. So please vote no on this.
Thank you very much. Before we continue, can you please check to make sure your cell phones are turned off or silenced, just so we're not disrupting speakers while they're speaking, please. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Emily Alvarez, mother of Eric and Eliseo Saucedo. They both attend Xterra at the Eastman Elementary location. It has been a blessing for both of my kids to have the privilege to be in a charter school like Xterra. In comparison of my own experience attending public schools, we're talking about classrooms from 28 to 34 students per class was a challenge as it impacts their learning cycle for kids. Xterra, on the other hand, goes above and beyond with keeping us parents informed with students' progress. For example, my 5-year-old has had a rough start. To this point, I have been on a daily report on my son's learning skills, behavior, etc. Looking back at public schools, parents weren't informed until a parent-teacher conference. Xterra deserves the same opportunities as any other school to have their own campus. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to go back to speakers on the telephone. Moderator, please have the next caller.
Thank you. Our next participant is Sally Rainu. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Right. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great. Okay. Yes. I'm a long time. I'm a retired teacher and been really following a lot of these charter issues, and I am very concerned, as many people are, about the parking issue and the pollution, air pollution. One of the things I noticed in the agenda item was that the school has promised that it will, a condition of enrollment will be for the parents to agree to some kind of a parking or driving mitigation project. That is not legal. It happened with New West Charter, and in 2017, when they were authorized by the State Board of Education, at the State Board meeting, they were told they had to strike that item from their charter and from their homeschool compact as a condition of enrollment.
Thank you.
That
Your
it was
time has expired.
discriminatory.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Ruben Rodriguez. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Ruben? Ruben, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi,
Go
yes,
ahead.
Can you hear me? Oh, yes. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Ruben Rodriguez. I am the next door neighbor to where the proposed siting of the new school is being proposed. And on top of the lead contamination on the property, there are already great schools around here. My children, they went to Eastman Avenue. They have graduated with bachelor's and master's degrees. They are doing great in their success and their careers that they went on to have and are having. And also, the city inspector came to my house like in 2020, told me to knock down my patio because in case the fire department, we had an emergency in our house, the quickest access would be through the church parking lot to get to our house in case of a fire. And the proposed school building they want to put is right next to my house, which would block that access for the fire department to get to me and my family in the event of an emergency, because I am the third house. I do live on Eastman. I am at 1058 Eastman. And again, the lead contamination alone, there's still biohazard crews working around the area as we speak.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Antonia Montes. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Yes, I'd just like to say I oppose the building of Xterra Charter. This is another example of environmental injustice. If this was at a USC, they would not be able to build this school because of the proximity to the Santa Ana Freeway. Students will be exposed to high levels of particulate matter, nitrogen oxides, and other toxins from vehicle exhaust, which can exacerbate existing respiratory problems like asthma, COPD, and allergies. The quality of life of the people living in the area will also be negatively impacted. Pollution and traffic and noise is a problem in East LA and is another example of the ongoing environmental justice. Xterra is not physically viable for long-term access there.
They have every year owed Eastman and Lorena money because of over allocation. To this day, they still owe money. They're fiscally irresponsible, and they fire National Board teachers to hire new teachers. The quality of education is not on par with the public schools of Humphreys.
Thank you.
Ford,
Your time has
Eastman,
expired. Next speaker,
Stevenson.
please.
Our next participant is Ashley Cervantes. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hi, I'm Ashley. I just want to say that I'm not opposed to the idea of a charter school at all. I'm just opposed to the area that it's going to be placed in. Riding off of what everybody was saying, I think it's just a bad idea because of the traffic it's going to create and the fact that it's really close to a freeway. It's also in a really bad neighborhood, so it's just going to add on to, you know, all the traffic problems that we're going to get. So, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Laura Knowles. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Laura Knowles. I am the principal of Eastman Avenue Elementary. I am not calling to oppose this project, but I am calling to support our local public schools. Our community is fortunate to have strong public schools that serve the needs of all students, offering diverse programs and resources that enrich learning and foster academic success. The Eastman community in particularly has already made a significant commitment to support our co-location initiatives, ensuring space and opportunities for all children in the area to thrive. With multiple schools providing access and quality education, our public schools are prepared to meet the diverse needs of our students, ensuring that every family has meaningful choices with our established schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers, moderator?
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Okay, then we'll close virtual public comment and continue with speakers in the room. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Hernandez. I'm an organizer with the Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment with the Education chapter, and also a member of Eastside Padres. We're hearing a lot of parents here talking about, you know, they want better schools for their children, right? And we hear that a lot of people is not opposed to a charter school, but we are opposed to the location. There is actually a school called El Camino Nuevo that is abandoned right next to the district. It's already built, it's right there. We in LAUSD can't use it for anything else. I'm trying to build housing within our communities. I'm trying to make the district to be able to use these empty lots for housing for our parents who are struggling, you know, with their housing issues. And there is a building we can use, but they're saying a charter school can use it. Why build another school when there is already schools built where they can put their schools and have a space for their children? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Eloisa Galindo, soy del este de Los Ángeles y mamá en Garfield High School.
Hello, good morning. My name is Eloisa Galindo. I am from East LA and also a parent.
Soy parte de Eastside Padres contra la privatización reclamando nuestras escuelas y EIS.
I am part of Eastside, Los Padres with privatization and Eastside.
Hoy estoy aquí para oponerme a construir una nueva escuela charter.
Today I am here to oppose constructing a new charter school.
Los ejecutivos de Asociación de Charter de California son los que están planeando esto. Ellos no viven en nuestra comunidad.
The executives of the board of charters in California, they're the ones that are planning on building this. They don't live in our communities.
Yo vivo el problema del tráfico hacia la escuela todas las mañanas.
I live the problem with traffic towards the schools each and every morning.
Los ejecutivos de charter no les están diciendo la verdad. Ellos tienen matriculación baja.
The executives from charters are not telling you the truth. They have a low registration rate.
Hicieron coubicaciones violando la proposición 39.
They broke that proposition, Law 39.
Hoy se necesita su voz de ustedes para la comunidad.
Today, we need your voice for the community.
Los mismos han dicho que tienen el techo roto de Eastman.
The same have said that they have a roofing that's broken in
Es por la lluvia.
It's because of the rain,
por el medio ambiente.
because of environmental.
Creo que si los ejecutivos de asociación de charter quisieran el bienestar para los niños en nuestra comunidad,
I think that if the executives from the board, the charter board, would want the best for our children in our community,
deberían de usar el dinero para construir para mejores escuelas de las escuelas buenas públicas que ya tenemos.
they should use that money to better the public schools and build better schools that we already have.
Esto es privatización de escuelas públicas.
This is privatizing public schools.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ilse Escobar, organizer on staff at UTLA of the Political and Community Action Department. UTLA stands in opposition of this project, which proposes to build a new charter school building at 1059 South Gage Avenue in East Los. Xterra Public Charter Schools and Xterra Public Charter Schools number 2 have compromised resources of nearby schools and have unnecessarily divided the east side from East Los to Boyle Heights. From the report earlier from staff and what Jackie Goldberg said, this location just seems unfit for a school. Almost 10 years ago, Xterra forced its existence in LA as an outsourcing of teacher union jobs by co-locating initially at 4 LAUSD campuses, 2nd Street, Reed Street Elementary, Lorena, and Eastman Elementary. These co-locations have had a negative effect on academic programs. My time's about to end. These charter petition might not be renewed by LAUSD because low performance in state standardized tests.
Thank you. If you have anything else written that you'd like to share with us, you can give it to our staff and it will be circulated with us. Thank you very much. Please, next speaker.
Muy buenos días, queridos. Mi nombre es Eduardo Nájera.
Good morning. My name is Eduardo Nájera.
Soy promotor y líder comunitario, trabajando en el área de Los Ángeles.
I am a promotor and a community leader working in the area of Los Angeles.
Lo que estoy aquí es porque estoy apoyando a la escuela Xterra, ya que como promotor uno convive con la comunidad, convive con los padres y con los niños.
I am here to support Xterra schools. As a promotor, we support the communities, and we also are engaging with the community and the parents of that community.
Y lo más importante para los padres y niños de Xterra es tener un edificio nuevo, que es una unificación de 3 escuelas en una. No son crear escuelas nuevas, es unificar, ya que sencillamente los niños es el futuro de nuestra comunidad.
So we are here to also promote these buildings, that the school has a building. It is unifying 3 buildings. It isn't having new buildings. It's having 3 schools in 1 building, and our children require that they deserve that in our community.
Y apoyando los comentarios de los padres que han estado anteriormente en este podio, he visto la necesidad, he caminado a las escuelas, he visto cómo están. El distrito escolar no ha habido cambios o modificaciones para que los niños estuvieran en buenas condiciones.
And just hearing the parents speak up here and hearing their comments, I have walked the premises, I have been there, and I've also seen how the district has been able to improve some things.
Y por eso es importante, ¿por qué? Porque cada uno de ustedes estuvieron en la escuela. Puedo preguntarles a ustedes que en qué escuela estuvieron y dijeron orgullosos de la escuela que están, o la estuvieron, o participaron en ella. Ahora estos niños que son el futuro pueden ser futuros médicos, doctores, maestros, licenciados, abogados, presidente. Tienen ese futuro y deben ser apoyados.
It's important that we also recognize. I can ask you, have you been proud of the school that you attended? Or is that something that you can say? We can have future doctors, future lawyers, future representation, even presidents, and that is why we're here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, my name is Eddie Torres. I'm the Executive Director of the East Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce and also a lifelong resident of East Los Angeles. We ask that the Board of Supervisors deny this conditional use permit. We are not against charter schools or education. However, East Los Angeles is overcongested with traffic and resident population. This proposed location is a disservice to the East LA community. We have enough charter schools in East Los Angeles. Also, at a public meeting, Xterra did a presentation and they stated they had overflow agreement with East Los Angeles Doctors Hospital. I can guarantee that's not true. And East Los Angeles Doctors Hospital has a need for parking for itself. And Xterra also stated they had letters from all of the residents locally adjacent to this proposed site. And as you hear on TV and you see here in person, They didn't do that. So if they're lying there, what are they going to do once they're built? Shame on them. God bless you and thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Chairperson and Supervisors. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you today. My name is Jade Toller, and I am here to express my support for Xterra Public Schools project, a school deeply rooted in the community and a school that has prioritized and amplified the voices of East Los Angeles the past 13 years. Xterra is not a new charter schools. In the 2 years leading up to the Regional Planning Commission hearing, this project has made community engagement a foundational pillar. Xterra went door-to-door canvassing and gathered 145 signatures and received 43 letters of support. Since the call for review in May, Xterra's steadfast commitment remained to their community and their students. Xterra actively continued to go door to door and collected 142 letters of support from adjacent neighbors and 45 testimonials from parents and caregivers. I urge you to honor their voices and uphold the vision for this site as a community serving facility as it has been for so many years. Thank you for.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hola, supervisores. Hoy les insto a que apoyen las escuelas de la Escuela Pública de Xterra.
Hello, good morning, Supervisors. Today, I ask that you support the reconstruction of Xterra Public Schools.
Nuestros niños latinos merecen oportunidades educativas modernas que satisfagan sus necesidades.
Our Latino children deserve this environment of a modern education that satisfies the needs.
La oposición de los sindicatos de nuestro es preocupante. Parece que su enfoque está más en la influencia política.
The opposition of the teachers union seems to be that their focus is more on the influential political allies.
Que en la educación de nuestros estudiantes de bajos ingresos.
Instead of being focused on the students of low income.
Una nueva instalación significaría mejores recursos y una escuela con todo el personal listo para apoyar a nuestras comunidades.
A new building would mean that we would have better resources and a school with staff that is ready to support the children in our community.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Señoras supervisoras, espero que estén bien hoy. Yo vengo porque estoy apoyando a la escuela Xterra. Pienso que necesita mejoras para que nuestros niños estén bien. Ellos necesitan lo mejor para que puedan trabajar, estudiar y que tener un buen ambiente.
I am here. Good morning, supervisors. I hope you're well. I am here to support Xterra schools so that our children have the best education, the best studies. I feel that they need a better environment.
Y también quiero que los maestros estén del lado de nosotros porque queremos que esto salga adelante, este proyecto, y que los niños puedan tener su escuela con aire acondicionado, buenos patios y buen lugar donde ellos puedan mantenerse.
And I also do hope that the teachers support us and that are on our side so this project can go forward, and this way our children can have better schools with ACs, places for them to play, a play area.
Y esto va a ayudar mucho a los niños latinos que están en estas áreas.
And this will also help our Latino children that are in these areas.
Que también merecen todo lo mejor como las escuelas que están alrededor.
That also deserve all of the best, like the schools that are surrounding us.
Yeah, gracias.
Thank you.
Hi. I understand that the traffic and the quality of air will get worse due to the construction, but this is Los Angeles, and bad traffic and smog is just a part of life. My name is Ed Lopez, and I'm for the construction of the school. And just remember that the roots of society and its problems start with education on any level. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name's Jackie.
Dear County Supervisors, I'm advocating for the rebuilding of Exterra Public School. Our Latino children deserve a state-of-the-art educational environment. The United Teachers of Los Angeles is opposing this construction seemingly for political reasons. The school will bring ample parking and a fully staffed team to support our students. If traffic is a prevalent issue in the area, there are many solutions to mitigate this issue: school bus rides, walking to school, even ride sharing. I think denying this opportunity just demonstrates to me that we can allow to have a school with no roof and no air conditioning, but deny a brand new, fully resourced school. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mi nombre es David Coto. Estoy aquí apoyando y hoy les pido que apoyen la reconstrucción de la escuela pública externa. De Exterra. Nuestros niños merecen un entorno educativo digno y moderno que satisfaga sus necesidades.
Hello, good morning. My name is David Otto, and I am here to support the reconstruction of the Exterra Public Schools. Our children deserve an environment that is just for their education and a modern education to satisfy their needs.
La oposición de los sindicatos de maestros es preocupante. Parece que su enfoque está más en la influencia política que en la educación.
The opposition of the union, the teachers' union, is a bit worrisome. It seems like their focus is more for political influence than education.
Una nueva instalación significaría un gran apoyo para nuestros hijos y nuestra comunidad.
A new building would mean great support for our children and our community.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're going to call
Mi
more
nombre es
names.
Elena Ortiz.
Hold on just one
ven-
1 second, if you would, please. I'm so sorry. We just want to call more names because I know we have more speakers.
What Edmony Cornejo, Janet Mendez, Jasmine Garcia, Jeremiah J., Jessica Newbern, Juan Parino, Juanito M., Justine Gonzalez, Kahi Ansari, Kato Hogan, Karen Delgadillo, Karen Montalvo, Karen Valle, Christy Hernandez, Lourdes Bartolo, Lucrecia Villamar, Luis Andrande, Luis Angeles, Luis Melis, Luis Ramirez, Luis Cifuente, Margaret Fuentes, and Maria Canales. Please come forward and staff will assist you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry to have interrupted you. Please go ahead.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Elena Ortiz. Vengo del este de Los Ángeles. Vengo apoyando este proyecto.
Hello, good morning. My name is Elena Ortiz, and I come from East Los Angeles, and I am here to support this project.
Ya les digo. Empleos no, solo edificios. Externa es un empleador vital en nuestra comunidad, proporcionando 80 empleos que apoyan a las familias locales. Este proyecto no se trata solo de educación, se trata de oportunidades económicas y estabilidad. Muchas gracias.
Employments, not just buildings. Exterra is an employer that will come to our community, providing 80 jobs and also supporting the local families in this project, which also includes education and opportunities in our betterment of the economy and stability. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, good morning, Honorable Chairperson and Supervisors. My name is Ebony Cornejo, and I'm with Franco Architects. We are the architects on this project. And I just wanted to come up here and assure you that this project we've already been through the reviews, and it has been approved by many of the county departments, including the Department of Public Works, Traffic and Lighting Division, Health Department, Environmental Programs Division, the Fire Department, AQMD, County Sanitation, the Geotechnology and Materials Engineering Division. So we've been through all those rigorous processes already with this project, and they have been approved. We're just waiting on your decision here today. So this site complies with all building code and green code measures. And so regarding the concerns about the air quality, the school has been designed with air pollution control measures in mind to ensure that a healthy learning environment for students will happen here. And, this already surpasses what most buildings and businesses have at this time in the area.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Juan Parino, and I'm with Los Rucos, a senior citizen volunteer club providing free services in East Los Angeles and Boyle Heights. Our current key involvement is supporting student activities at Eastman Avenue Elementary School. Los Rucos is against the construction of an exterior charter school at 1059 South Gage Avenue in East Los Angeles. This will bring about tremendous adverse impacts on a quiet, dense residential community, including traffic, pedestrian safety, noise, pollution, and lack of parking. I was one of the volunteers who canvassed the local residents. A vast majority of them cited parking and traffic problems as their reasons for being negative against the school construction. Many of them also noted that the area already has more than enough schools. Los Rucos urges you to vote no on item 7. I thank you for your consideration and ask you that you please do the right thing for the community.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Janet Méndez. Hola, supervisoras. Como madre de familia, hoy les insto a que apoyen la reconstrucción de la escuela Estera.
Hello, good morning. My name is Janet Mendez, and hello, supervisors. As a parent, today I come here to ask you that you support the reconstruction of Xterra schools.
No se enfoquen en la política, enfóquense en la educación de los estudiantes, en las necesidades que ellos ocupan para su futuro.
Don't focus on the political part. Focus on the education and the needs of the students that they need for the future.
Nuestros estudiantes merecen una educación de calidad y moderna que apoye sus necesidades.
Our students deserve an education, a quality education and modern education that supports their needs.
Estera tiene que ser una escuela mejor equipada que con liderazgo y trabajo de maestros y administración será fundamental para una educación de calidad y que una escuela con todo el personal listo para apoyar la educación.
Estera needs to be a school that is better equipped with leadership, with teachers that work there and administrations that are fundamental for the education, quality education that the school can provide for the children and their education.
Nuestros estudiantes necesitan ser guiados, inspirados, motivados, escuchados para una mejor calidad de vida y educación.
Our students need to be guided, they need to be inspired, motivated, and listened to so that they have a better quality education.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jessica Newbern. I'm a 17-year educator and board member at Xterra Public Schools. Xterra is an existing school committed to being an integrated part of the community, creating strong partnerships with families, and developing engaged, empowered citizens of the future. This project would allow Xterra to eliminate co-locations and have a dedicated space for engaging learning experiences and the critical intervention for our students who need it most. I also want to note that the Charter Division of LAUSD already approved this move, and voting yes on this conditional use permit would allow the church site, which will be sold either way, to be used for an existing educational organization rather than going to a developer, which brings a host of other issues. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Jasmine Garcia. I'm going to be speaking on behalf of LAUSD School Board member Dr. Rocio Rivas. I'm going to be reading a statement on her behalf. As an LAUSD board member, student safety and the well-being of families I serve are top priorities. After much consideration, I believe this project undermines the safety and well-being of families living within LAUSD Board District 2. I stand with the community in opposing this project. The site's proximity to the 5 freeway is concerning. It is uncertain whether any threats to student safety can be mitigated. In addition, the location of the proposed project is a heavily dense community with existing TK through 8th grade schools that already have the capacity to serve the 525 students described in the project summary. At a time when schools are struggling with enrollment and many are closing their doors unexpectedly, there is no need to build an additional school in that area. And adding an additional school to this area may
Thank you. Thank you. You can share the rest of that with our staff if you'd like to circulate it to our offices. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors. Justine Gonzalez with the California Charter Schools Association. We ask for your approval of this conditional use permit. In addition to being a staffer at CCSA, I'm a parent of a 5th grader at a LACO authorized charter school. I understand what it's like to navigate our public school system and really search for options that work for your children, work for your family. It is, of course, difficult to find sites, the perfect site, the one that is affordable for a public school, the one that is going to be far enough from a freeway. As your Director of Planning pointed out, we are not meeting air quality requirements for the entire basin, which I live in. So by that logic, you could deny basically any school project in the LA basin. Additionally, it's even difficult for LAUSD to find property despite being the largest owner of property in LA County, with Hilda L. Solis Learning Academy being within 500 feet of the 60 and 70.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Karen Montalvo, and I am here to support this project. Please vote yes for this Xterra school, so the kids can have a building where they can learn. You have heard from the parents and grandparents today. They desperately need a school. They are counting on you, the Board of Supervisors, to vote yes and hear their voices. This charter school has gone through a rigorous process to get the approval from the Building and Safety Department. They have done their job. This school is a safe, well-built, positive addition to this community. Please think of the kids as they need your support when you make your decision today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Karen Baye, Manager of Family Engagement and East LA homeowner. I have worked for Xterra for 10 years and I've been a homeowner for 6 years. As a current homeowner in East LA, I want children in my community to empower and inspire in school. At Xterra, we use work together between families and teachers to provide a personal small school environment that helps our students reach their potential. Because family participation, plays a critical role in child education and development, we encourage our families to be actively involved at our school. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Lucrecia Villamar, and I am the proud principal of Xterra. And I've been with Xterra since its first year in 2011. As a principal, my mission is to empower all students, including those with disabilities, ESL learners, and low-income families to achieve their full potential and pursue their dreams. We have seen remarkable success in our students' academic performance, personal growth, and overall well-being. We have invested in our children. We seek to expand our facilities and consolidate our schools to continue providing our community with an excellent education and more space. I urge you to approve Xterra's conditional use permit so that Xterra can expand and continue to serve our surrounding community in East Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Lourdes Bartolo.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Lourdes Bartolo.
Xterra es un empleador vital en nuestra comunidad, proporcionando empleos que apoyan a familias locales.
Xterra is a vital employer in our community, which is offering plenty of employment to support our families, our local families in our community.
Este proyecto es de educación, pero también se trata de oportunidades económicas y estabilidad para nuestras familias locales.
This project is about education, but it also includes opportunities and stability for many families of our local communities.
Espero que este proyecto se apoyen, por favor. Gracias.
I do hope that you support this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Christy Hernandez. I was born, raised, and I'm a resident of East LA. I'm also the chairperson of the Marbella CAC. We oppose item 7, especially when we're seeing a decline in K-12 enrollment. We're not contesting Xterra's quality of education. However, a traffic study should have been conducted. Developments in charter schools keep coming into our community without the awareness and consent of unincorporated East LA residents. This charter will exacerbate the existing issues: oversaturated community, lack of street parking, further compromise of quality of life for local residents, lack of infrastructure to support population and traffic growth, close to 20 existing charter schools, and on average, East LA receives 5,000 parking citations per month. We demand more involvement in transparency in the regional planning process and financial reporting. We're still awaiting the unincorporated East LA report that was introduced by Supervisor Solis and approved on April 23rd and due to the community on August 21st. Yet there has been no status update. Supervisor Solis, when will the study be available and when will you meet with us? We are your constituents. Thank you and go Dodgers.
Go Dodgers. Before we go to our next speaker, I just want to call a few more names.
Well, Maria Moreno, Marta Quintero, Miguel Pastenes, Minerva Martinez, Monica Quinones, Monica Hernandez, Monica Salas, Monique Ford, Monty H., Nayeli Diaz, Noemi Penalosa, Patsy Gabreth, Patty Garcia, Renee Cleveland, Ricardo Pozos, Rosario Pacheco, Santos Flores, Shelby Franklin, Sherry J., Stephanie Liu, Teresa Carlos, Teresa Moreno, Thomas Gomez, Tomas Hogan, Tomasa Martinez, Veronica Torres, Xiomara Alfaro, and Yureli Ramirez. Please come forward and staff will assist you.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Board Supervisors. I am Margaret Fuentes, a resident and homeowner in East Los Angeles. Myself, a product of public school systems and entrusting the same for my children. I am here in opposition of having yet another school be built in our community. With declines in enrollment, this charter school is not needed. There are enough campuses to accommodate students. East Los Angeles has been overrun with charter schools being allowed to build right next to or across the streets from our already existing public schools. They use properties for gain, often not having to pay property taxes, negatively impacting fiscal responsibility to our community and crippling our public school system, taking away from what our community should be benefiting from. Do not be fooled, our public schools are winning. And being that this would be consolidated, other campuses would be bringing more people traveling into our densely populated neighborhoods already impacted with traffic and parking concerns. I ask that you do better for our neighbors and invest in schools that already exist. This bill is not ISK. I ask that you vote no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Minerva Martínez.
Good afternoon. My name is Minerva Martinez.
Soy mamá fundadora de la escuela Exterra.
I am a founding parent of Xterra School.
Afortunadamente ya tengo dos hijas que ya van a la universidad y que fueron alumnas de Exterra.
Fortunately, I have two children who already are in university and were students of Xterra.
De no haber sido por el gran trabajo que hicieron los maestros en los inicios de la vida escolar de ellas,
if it wasn't for those teachers that made an impact in the initial stages of their education in Xterra,
tal vez no estaría hablando hoy en este día a favor de la escuela.
Probably I wouldn't be speaking today in favor of the school.
Yo pido a ustedes encarecidamente que le den la autorización para que ya tengan su propio edificio.
I'm here pleading, please, that you do allow them to have their permits so they can have their building.
Es muy justo. Han sido 14 años sin un edificio propio.
It's only fair. It's been 14 years without their own building.
Sin embargo, en esos 14 años, los maestros han hecho un excelente trabajo cimentando las bases para que los niños no solo pasen grados, sino que se sientan muy orgullosos y animados a llegar a la universidad.
And even then, it has been, the teachers there have invested their time for 14 years to be able to have excellent work and to also build fundamental values for those students to keep going.
y así también cambiar las estadísticas.
and also in that form, changing statistics.
Las escuelas externas hacen un gran trabajo en favor de los niños, nuestros hijos.
Xterra schools favor our children, our children.
Se merecen tener unas instalaciones dignas, su propio edificio escolar.
They deserve to have their own building and their own school building.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Monica Hernandez. I am a parent of a student at Xterra Public Schools, and I'm here to say please vote yes. I've been a parent in Xterra for the past 10 years. I'm here to express my support for the new campus. I believe having a new campus will benefit students by having more access to resources and have access to extracurricular activities and support services, all in one location. Students deserve to have their own campus that can be designed and optimized learning classrooms, libraries, and playgrounds. Please vote yes for our kids. They deserve it. Traffic is not an issue. There's traffic everywhere in East Los Angeles, but to avoid traffic, just wake up a little bit earlier. In my own opinion, charter schools have been my best decision. Today, we come in support for our kids. We come in support of our community, our teachers and staff. Our children deserve the same quality of education as all of the other children's. My child, my choice, and I choose Xterra Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Monica Salas, and I've been with Xterra since day one. I support our community and our parents and our students who have spoken in support of our project. Myself and the rest of my leaders are all committed to working with and for the community. We are well aware of the community conditions that impact our neighborhoods. We experience it every day just like everyone else. That doesn't stop us from doing our work, as uplifting our community is our goal. It has been a blessing to serve this community and prepare them for their future. Parents have the right of choice, and I stand with our families who choose Xterra. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hola, mi nombre es Nayeli Díaz y he sido padre de Xterra por más de 7 años. Les insisto que aprueben nuestro proyecto para que mis hijos puedan continuar y asistir a una escuela de calidad en mi comunidad, que es mi elección. Mis hijos se merecen lo mejor. Gracias por su tiempo.
Hello, good morning. My name is Nayeli Diaz, and I am here as a parent from Xterra that I've been there for 7 years. I do ask that you do approve this project so that my children can continue to attend a school, a quality school that is in my community and that I have selected. My children deserve the best. Thank you for your time.
¿Puedo agregar algo más? Yo tengo 3 hijos en 3 diferentes escuelas y el tráfico creo que para todos es muy estresante en las mañanas, pero lo puedo hacer. Creo que todos lo podemos hacer también.
I have 3 children in 3 different schools, and the traffic, yes, it's stressful for all of us, but we can all do it. We can do it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Chairperson and Board of Supervisors. My name is Ricky Pozos. I appreciate the opportunity to address the concerns regarding queuing and traffic. Queuing and traffic were both, in fact, studied. Both studies showed that the site design is optimal to accommodate traffic flow and the forecasted peak queue during drop-off and pickup operations. The queue can accommodate up to 20 vehicles with an average queue of 5 vehicles and a peak queue of 11 vehicles. In regards to the concerns shared earlier regarding state laws preventing traffic studies on this site, the county reviewed 2 required studies, one by the state and one by the county. First one being the traffic impact analysis screen out and the county required study to review the queuing on site. Queuing related pickup, The state study demonstrated that there will be a less than significant impact, while the county also showed that the site will be able to accommodate both queuing, pickup, and drop-off operations. Ultimately, both were approved by county.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Moreno.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is María Moreno.
Sí, creo que aquí lo importante Han hablado mucho del tráfico, han hablado mucho de la comunidad, del ruido, del ambiente. Pero creo que aquí el punto importante es la educación para nuestros hijos, ¿verdad? Yo soy madre de 3 hijos del distrito, han ido a la escuela del distrito, y creo que aquí lo importante es, no importa cuántas escuelas puedan construir, muchas escuelas, aquí lo importante es que ustedes como supervisores, su responsabilidad es supervisar que en realidad, ¿cómo puedo decir? Sí, se aseguren, perdón.
So, hello. I am here because, yes, many things have been spoken about today. We've talked about traffic and community and noise and environmental and all that. And it's important. But I think also the important factor here, I have 3 children and that have attended many schools. But one of the important things here is also education. And I also think that you guys are supervisors and you should supervise truly, really, how can I say this? Truly the process of this all.
Okay. De ustedes como responsables de que en realidad la escuela provea los maestros que estén altamente calificados para darle la educación a nuestros hijos, la mejor educación, y guiarlos por el camino hacia el éxito, que es lo importante, para que nuestros hijos puedan salir adelante con una educación excelente y puedan ser alguien, representar a nuestra comunidad.
So I think you being responsible of the schools, that they have qualified teachers that can lead our children to success and then they can be part of that community and being able to see that there is quality there for our children.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Thomas Gomez. I'm a resident of East LA. I say no to the charter schools in East LA. We are over congested with the traffic. We are opposed to the CPU. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Teresa. Sé que el tráfico es una preocupación, pero Extera ha hecho su tarea. El sistema de drive-thru y el amplio estacionamiento minimizará la congestión, asegurando que el crecimiento de la escuela beneficie a toda la comunidad.
Good afternoon.
Gracias.
My name is Teresa. And regarding the traffic, I know that traffic has been a concern, but Estera has done their homework. The system of drive-through and the large parking spaces minimizes congestion, ensuring that the growth of the school will benefit the community.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Stephanie Liu. I'm with Franco Architects. The proposed site is no closer to the freeway than the existing Xterra LAUSD sites, including the current co-location and Hilda Solis LA, one of the LAUSD's most recent constructions in East LA district. Schools are educational institutions, so are churches where people, including elderly, children, will be gathering. Are you going to close all churches and other schools near freeway? The school has been designed with additional pollution control measure to ensure a healthy learning environment for kids. Church activities are also add a traffic impact to the neighborhood. Kids are our future. God will be very supportive if the site is used for practical practice of educational youngsters. Let's support our children and build up the community.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Tomasa Martínez.
Good afternoon. My name is Tomasa Martinez.
Estuve en una reunión de Exterra en mi comunidad.
I was in a meeting from Exterra in our community.
Lugar que en el mismo se dieron tarjetas de regalo, café y pan y camisas.
In a place that also they were giving gift cards, t-shirts, coffee.
Me preguntaron que si quién era mi hijo.
They asked me who was my son.
Les comuniqué que yo era de comunidad. a lo cual ellos me respondieron que no podía estar ahí.
I let them know that I was part of the community. In the same form, they replied to me and said I couldn't be there.
Si yo no soy bienvenida, mis hijos y mis nietos no lo serán.
If I'm not welcome, my children and my grandchildren won't be.
Digan no a Exterra. Tenemos suficientes escuelas en nuestras comunidades.
Say no to Xterra. We have plenty of schools in our communities.
Hay 100% de estudiantes sin hogar.
There's 100% of students without homes.
Necesitamos hogares, no escuelas.
We need houses, not schools.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Luis Cifuentes. I'm with Centro CSO, who defends public education. First of all, we are not a special interest group. We are an organization comprised of East LA and Boyle Heights residents. The special interest group here is the Xterra executives present at this room. I'm not getting paid to be here to speak, but these executives probably are. We oppose this Xterra project and similar projects because they negatively impact the residents that live there. It brings traffic congestions, air pollution, among many things. Tell me why the residents who live in that very neighborhood did not know that Xterra planned to build a school there. It wasn't until CSO went knocking on doors that informed them what's happening. So we demand that this Xterra project be opposed by every single one person here. But thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Teresa Canales. Vengo a dar el apoyo, el nuevo proyecto del nuevo campus en la Gesh y de Nishon. Como la abuelita que soy, la educación es primordial al crecimiento profesional, como lo ha comunicado la comunidad del este de Los Ángeles.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Teresa Canales, and I am here to approve this new project, the campus on Gage. And also, as a grandma, I think education is principal. It is the growing of our profession, and our community from East Los Angeles has stated that.
Estamos en apoyo con toda la comunidad del este de Los Ángeles. Estamos con Xterra para la educación de nuestros hijos.
We support. All of East Los Angeles community supports Xterra for the education of our children.
Es tiempo de ver a las escuelas charter como socios en la educación con las escuelas públicas.
It is time to see charter schools as partners in our public school system.
Porque es muy importante la educación para nuestros hijos.
Because it is so important to have that good education for our children.
Espero que tomen cartas en este asunto y lo hagan lo más pronto posible.
I do hope you do the right thing and that you do it as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Patricia Garcia. Today I'm here on behalf of 20 Xterra parent testimonials who are urging you to vote yes on the consolidation project for Xterra. This request represents a critical consolidation project for these parents and students. It's not about choosing between public and charter options. It's about offering their children the dignified, dedicated space they deserve, a place where they can learn freely and feel pride in school and community. Currently, these children attend classes on shared campuses, facing limitations on space and restricted access to essential resources. This situation hinders their full development and growth potential. The parents have seen their children's confidence and academics progress in Xterra, and they believe a dedicated campus will further enhance these achievements, providing a secure environment, independence, and sense of pride that fosters success. On behalf of these families, I respectfully request that you vote yes today.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Rosario Pacheco.
Good morning. My name is Rosario Pacheco.
Buenos días, supervisores. El tiempo es ahora. Ustedes fueron elegidos por el voto de nosotros. Están ahí para trabajar para la comunidad y tienen la obligación de apoyar a la escuela Xterra.
Hello, supervisors. The time is now. You were selected by us, and you work for us, and you're obliged to do the best for our communities.
Ya pasó mucho tiempo para darle la luz verde a este proyecto. Ustedes tienen el poder de decidir y ayudar a nuestros niños.
We've had much time go by to give this project a green light. You have the power to decide and help our children.
Ellos se merecen todo el respeto y los mismos derechos de un niño anglosajón.
They deserve the same respect and the same rights as a white child.
Nuestra comunidad latina siempre ha sido discriminada.
Our Latin community has always been discriminated.
Solo les pido que hagan su trabajo. Por eso fueron electos.
I just ask that you do your job. That is why you have been elected.
Esto no puede estar pasando en este país. Es la primer potencia mundial y esta situación me avergüenza.
This can't be happening in this country. It is the first worldwide opportunity, and this situation is really saddening.
Espero que a ustedes también les redagulla el espíritu.
I do hope that it also hurts your spirit as well.
Creo que no debería haber necesidad de que todas estas personas estuviéramos aquí en este lugar.
I don't think that there's the need for so many of us to be here in this place.
Ustedes deberían estar más al pendiente de las necesidades de nuestra comunidad.
You should be more aware of the needs in our community.
Y estar siempre un paso adelante de nuestras necesidades.
And be a step ahead of all of our needs.
Dios los bendiga. Gracias.
May God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes, queridos supervisores del Condado de Los Ángeles. Me da mucho gusto venir y poder verlos otra vez y darle un saludo muy especial a nuestra supervisora Yanis Han, Irma Solís, que en algunas ocasiones hemos trabajado juntas en proyectos de organizaciones, de la comunidad, etcétera. Yo los apoyo mucho a ustedes.
Hello, good afternoon, supervisors. It's wonderful to be here, to see you, to be together, and to see Supervisor Han. We've worked together in other projects before.
También la supervisora Isla Solís hemos trabajado mucho. De igual manera, quiero decirles que así en las calles como andamos y las apoyamos al 100%, 100%.
And also Isla Solís. And, you know, I just want to mention that just like we've been out in the streets and we support you 100%, 100%.
Ahora, este momento, esta situación que está pasando para el apoyo de la escuela y del proyecto externa, quiero pedirles apoyo 100% y sé que lo vamos a lograr porque hay mucha unidad hoy.
And now, in this moment, we ask that your support, that you support this project, Xterra. We ask for it 100%. I know we're going to get there and we're going to achieve it because there's many of us and we're united.
Y este proyecto florecerá y beneficiará principalmente nuestros niños y sus familias que viven alrededor de esta área principalmente.
And this project will grow and it will help and benefit the children and the families that are around in our communities.
Gracias. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Veronica, and I am here to express my strong support for the Xterra Public School rebuilding. This school deserves underserved Latino community in East LA. Unfortunately, the United Teacher of Los Angeles is opposing the initiative for their political interests rather than focusing on all children's. A modern facility with parking benefit will, our students and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Speaker on. My name is Thomas Hogan, and I supported 100% charter schools. But I'd just like to say, I hope you don't make the decision based on the traffic, because 90% of the people that just came up here spoke about the traffic and how inconvenient it was to them. When this weekend we just had more events in Los Angeles than we ever had in our entire life, and we're getting ready to have the Olympics and everything else here. And just consider that the education is the part that you should really look at, not a bunch of cars and all this. Focus on how it's going to help the community grow. and we all grow at the same time. Nothing else, just focus on that, not a bunch of cars. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, good afternoon, esteemed council, board. Connecting with the East LA community on education has been fruitful and encouraging. Residents agree that a new school would be great for the community and something to be proud of. The discussions I had at local laundromats, at donut shops, parks, and various neighborhoods conclude that Xterra would be ideal for the community. I have spoken to mothers, fathers, Xterra graduates, grandparents, and even our in-house population. With the consolidation of the schools, there would be less traffic, not more. Why? Well, less vehicles going to 3 other schools, all would go to one location. So ultimately that would reduce traffic. As I canvassed the region, the only folks who opposed the project were other organizers from LAUSD. This is not a fight between LAUSD or public schools or charter schools. We have plenty of that at the national level during presidential elections. As for parking, we live in Los Angeles where every...
Thank you. Next speaker.
Patricia McAllister. I taught in LAUSD for 7 years, so I understand how it works. But unfortunately, LAUSD has lost 51% of its students. You only have about 49% left. And where did they go? Well, a lot of them went to charter schools. A lot of them, their parents moved out of the state of California because of all of this regulations and for pedophiles to teach children and change their genders and all of those things. Parents left this state because of that, but nobody wants to talk about that on this board. And you're still promoting that kind of behavior in our schools. And it's only going to make it worse. Abortion. If you don't have children,
do you have comments on this proposed project? That's what the public hearing is for.
Excuse me?
Your comments have to be focused on this. Yes.
Okay, don't tell me what I can't say.
You actually have to focus your comments on this topic. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, esteemed commission. My name is Brenna Horan, and I am a managing director for Xterra Public Schools. I have had the pleasure of working for Xterra since 2013, and I'm excited to talk to you today about what drew me to Xterra, which is the unparalleled academic and learning opportunities that it provides to students. It provides academic enrichment, free lunch, and before and after school programming. Over 93% of our students are from East LA. 95% of our students are eligible for free or reduced lunch, and over 90% of our students are Hispanic or Latino. Due to our superior academic performance, both Xterra schools are considered middle track by CDE for renewal. Please approve Xterra's conditional use permit so that we can continue to serve our students with the educational opportunities they deserve in the state-of-the-art educational facility they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers in the room? Okay, seeing none. Supervisor Solis, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. I had a couple of more questions for Amy, Bodec Regional Planning. I wanted to ask her, there's been comments made by the public regarding the permit clearances from various departments. Can you please address what that means and the process?
Certainly, happy to do so. Yes, I did hear that as well and actually went into the system to confirm that. But there's a two-step process that Public Works, Public Health, and Fire participate in with the Department of Regional Planning. Prior to us taking a project to the Planning Commission for hearing, all those departments have to give clearances that the project is ready for public hearing. That is a very different process than going for a building permit. So all of those departments did, in fact, clear this project to go to public hearing at the Planning Commission. And when they do that, they often put their own conditions for clearance. Like prior to the issuance of a building permit, they are going to have to submit a hydrology study, a sewer study, make sure that they have water access, etc. So that theoretically, once the land use, which is the last thing that gets approved, once the land use is approved, which is what today is about, then they can go and submit building permits. Requests for building permits, I should say. You can, a developer or an applicant, can choose to submit for building permits ahead of getting a land use approval. That is called at-risk development. It is the developer or the applicant's risk that they will not get their land use approval. So this applicant did go at risk, like many do, so that's not unusual. This applicant did submit for building plan check, fire plan check, and all the other plan checks. The plan checks include mechanical, electrical, plumbing, structural, fire, all sorts of things. They are still in that review process. Building permits are not ready to be issued yet, and even if they were ready to be issued, they are subject to land use authority. So theoretically, this applicant could be ready to pull a building permit, but according to my just looking it up on our Epic LA system, they are not ready to pull a building permit. But even if they were, that would be at risk, and they cannot pull a building permit until the final land use decision has been made and any appeal periods have occurred.
So there's still further steps that have to be taken.
Correct.
Well, I think some people in the audience may have been misled. They have gone through this process now for whatever it is, year, 2 years, but there's still more to do. And we've heard a lot of comment from the public regarding, and you mentioned it as well, lack of mitigation for congestion, roadway, and what have you. But I have some other questions that I want to ask you.
Certainly.
For example, what is the square footage of the proposed school, and how does that measure up with the size of the church?
So the church is currently 2 buildings on the site right now. The site is about a little over an acre. There's 2 buildings on the current church site now that total approximately 25,000 square feet. The new project will take one of the buildings and demolish it and replace it with a brand new building. And the second building is a renovation of an existing building. The total project after would be about 38,400 square feet, so they are adding about 13,000 square feet total.
So that actually...
It will be a larger 2-story, 2-building complex than it is currently.
So that will, I mean, in my opinion, it's going to look like there's going to be more activity there because they're going to have room to grow. And I wanted to clarify too that right now they're looking at consolidating. It's true that this isn't a new charter, but they're consolidating the 3 schools to place in the church facility in that property. And currently, that adds up to more than 300 students that would be placed at this location, and they would have the ability to go up to over 500, which will add again to, I think, more, well, obviously more traffic in many ways. So I don't know that the public has been fully made aware of that. And I wanted to also ask you again, there's a question I have, where's the playground at? Is there a playground?
There is a playground. There is a playground that they are constructing on a deck, which would cover some of the parking spaces. They have 30-something parking spaces, 35 or 38 parking spaces, 33 parking spaces. And some of those parking spaces would be covered by a deck, which would have the playground on top. So the playground will be an elevated playground, like a rooftop playground, about 6,000 square feet over a portion of the parking spaces.
Okay.
And then it'll be surrounded by fencing, like other playgrounds that sometimes are on roofs. They also will have a lunch area or a break area that will be exterior and that will be covered by canopies. So their lunchroom area or break area will be picnic tables, and then they'll have about 2,000 square feet for that with some canopies, and that will be at grade. That will not be on the second level.
So that's still open air, right? Open air, which many public schools have it, I'm just saying.
Correct.
An enclosed area. Because that could be a bit misleading for some of the public, since they were saying that at one of their other school sites, Eastman Elementary, they don't have a roof. And I actually had my staff call the representative for the area, LA Unified, the member there, Mrs. Rocio Riveras, and she says that all the water leaks at all 16 classrooms at Eastman Elementary School have been addressed. The rooms have been cleared for occupancy by the Office of Health and Safety, and that includes 7 classrooms for Eastman and 9 for Xterra Charter. All classrooms are able to return to their original usage. So there is no faulty roof at this time, God willing that the rains do come, that it doesn't leak, but at least it's been repaired. So let's clear that for the record. And I know that isn't a question to you, but I do want to say to the public, if I can, Madam Chair, this isn't about education, because I care about education. I think all of us on the board do. I'm a product of public schools myself, first daughter of immigrants who didn't have an education in this country. And I was very fortunate to attend public schools, and you know, yeah, it could have been better in some ways, but you know, I'm proud that I'm the first in my family to be able to go to college and have the benefit of having, you know, public school teachers who actually guided me and told me to continue on. So I think the quality of education of our teachers is something that we as a board don't really get involved in. That's something that the school districts do. They're the ones that hire local educators, not the county. County is more engaged in the regional mapping and planning of how schools, where they're placed and all of that when it does come up. But at this time, I just want to say that I've heard a lot of testimony, and I am hopeful that maybe in the future there will be a resolution. I don't think, again, personally speaking, that this is the best place to locate this larger school that will take up to 300 to 500 students potentially if it's ever built. And again, I do have concerns about the conditions of the residents that have to put up with traffic. I did get a petition that was signed by over 80 individuals, and about 23 of them live on the block in the surrounding areas that are in opposition. I don't know that there was enough due diligence to go around and really talk to people about what this was going to be depicted as. And I think that's always a concern for us, that everybody do their due diligence, especially developers when they're coming in with projects. I think that's always been our premise here. I would hope that more would have been done, but I guess it's a little bit late for that. So I know that there are other questions of the board. I'll wait, and then I'll ask the chair to return for me for my following closing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I've got a couple questions of both Amy as well as the applicant. First of all, I agree with you, Supervisor Solis. What's before us today is not the debate between public charters or traditional public school. That's not what's before us. What's before us is a conditional use permit. And I really appreciate you walking us through what that process looks like, and the at-risk element, which certainly seems cart before the horse to me, but anyway. One quick point of clarification, and I'll go to my questions to you, Amy. So in the approval process, and given the fact that the organization chose the at-risk kind of route, when is traffic kind of mitigation studied in that process?
So let me first go back to one thing, and I appreciate the comment that both you and Supervisor Solis made about education, because this is not about whether it's a charter school or a public school. Our code treats them the same. And so it does not matter whether it is a public school or a charter school, they're still going to be treated the same under our code. So I just want to make that abundantly clear. Secondly, to your question, When we receive proposals, it gets routed to the various departments that I mentioned. And within Public Works, they do have their traffic division look at things. And so they did do a preliminary analysis on queuing, and that did help inform them allowing this to move forward for public hearing. So the applicant proposed queuing. A lot of the queuing is on site. They have proposed queuing for X number of cars. Public Works has gone through the analysis and said that the queuing within the site is justified, but that assumes that the conditions are met for drop-off. So,
And so I'm going to go back and ask the applicant a follow-up on that based on something we heard in public comment. You know, this is a challenge. You know, schools were always neighborhood schools. I would assume that all of us went to neighborhood schools. What has happened is behavior has changed. We are now driving our students to schools, but schools were typically built in neighborhoods. We all wanted neighborhood schools. You know, historically, that increased the value of your property, the quality of the school in your neighborhood. So we are struggling with behavior change, where we are now all choosing, for a variety of reasons, to drive our students to school. So that behavior change is posing a problem for all schools across the board. We have to figure out what we do with that. Amy, another question for you. To clarify, the church intends to sell this land, correct, or did I misunderstand that?
it is my understanding the church intends to sell the land.
Okay. I think that's important. I think some of the members of the public called in. We kind of get used to our neighborhood as we've grown accustomed to it and talked about this church was active, but if the church intends to sell their land, the community will have limited input in terms of what goes there. And so as, I don't know about all of you, but you know, I get lots of complaints in my district about developers building 6, 7-story high with no parking as a result of current state law. So I think the challenge is the residents better get ready. If the church sells, who knows what's coming next? We heard a lot of people talk about the need for housing, which I agree with. I just think we need to acknowledge if the church is intending to sell the land, change is gonna come. And if not this school, who knows what it will be? It could be housing with no parking, which will complicate your lives even further. A couple questions, Madam Chair, if I may, of the applicant, if that's, oh, thank you very much. You apparently took the at-risk route, okay. And you've already, as I understand, stood from your 3 co-location schools have already moved out of 1. So if this doesn't get approved, what's your plan for meeting the needs of your student? Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for having your staff call to clarify the roofing situation, because I sure was gonna say, school board members, I'm glad y'all are here, but y'all might wanna go put a roof on your school for all of our students. So thank you for that clarification. But if this doesn't go through, what's your plan?
Can we please make sure her mic is turned on? It's still not on?
It's on now. I think she just.
The button is good.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So we are currently co-locating. We would continue to co-locate where we are required to street park at each of those co-locations, which in East LA and Boyle Heights is very dense and difficult. One of the reasons that 330 neighbors signed support of this project is because not only would we have parking, but we would also be the only school in East Los Angeles with a drive-through valet drop-off. So what I mean by that is cars would drive down Gage, turn into our property. That's where the public comment about the 20-car queue when we only needed 11 for our traffic study analysis that we completed. And then they would take a right again out of the school on Eastman Avenue and go back up to Whittier. We would not encroach on Denison because we would use the through line drop off within the school itself, since the school would be curb to curb, Gage to Eastman. So that is the primary reason that the neighbors were in support of the project and why we cleared the traffic consultant requirement. I just want to clarify, the CUP was originally kind of guided and debated. It's a church. They serve up to 1,000 people. They meet 7 days a week. They also have seminary there. Unfortunately, they can't afford to stay there. But the parallel use was debated initially by the County Planning Commission if we needed a CUP or a categorical exemption. And, you know, an LAUSD school is certainly treated the same, but they don't go through the same permitting requirements that charters go through.
That's true.
Right? We do have this additional burden, which we're happy to exceed and bring to you today for consideration.
So you are currently co-locating, because I thought Ms. Bodek said that you've moved out, you've consolidated out of one of the co-locations.
We were co-locating on 3 campuses. Now we're co-locating on 2. And I
Is that because of a student enrollment drop, or you just got more space on the 2?
We anticipated county approval in November, and then we got it in April. So we had prepared to start to consolidate to move our families closer to the Eastman site. The Eastman co-location is directly across the freeway, a walking bridge from this gauge. They have the same street borders. So it was in anticipation and preparation for our potential move in 25, which now clearly would be 2026. If approved. And I appreciate what Dr. Rivas' comments about being cleared to relocate our classrooms. That is true. We are in there today. It's supposed to rain this weekend. They're not guaranteed that we won't have incursion. We do not have a roof. We have a tarp over the top of our building. I want to be clear. We do not have a roof. They're hoping to finish the roof by Thanksgiving, weather and construction timeline permitting.
Can you respond to the point made by a member of the public with regard to the legality of your drop-off mandate? I understand that it's a part of your charter. If I'm a parent, I agree to come. I have to sign that I'm going to agree. I haven't been the valet coordinator at my son's elementary school. That was harder than serving on the Board of Supervisors to get parents to comply and agree and do what they were, and then we didn't have, you know, time frames and mandates. Folks came on there on 2 wheels late. So
That's right.
Can you talk to me about the legality of your mandate?
Yeah, absolutely. So as we were told by the Planning Commission, if we do not adhere to this requirement, our conditional use permit would be revoked. As it's outlined in our charter and through the CUP conditions, as you heard the parents talking about today so passionately, they are committed to doing what it takes to get the project approved, because this has been a dream since 2011.
But as I understood the caller, it wasn't about your commitment for the CPU requirement. It was in terms of your ability as a charter to even require that of your parents. That's the way I understood the caller to reference it.
I'm not sure I understood then what the caller was saying. Most of our families actually walk or take public transportation. We're also planning on providing a bus. All of those efforts to cut down on the number of cars coming down Gage and then turning out onto Eastman, since most of our parents do not drive, we would be looking to support, and that was part of the conditional use permit guidelines, was to have monitors on the walking bridge that goes across the freeway.
And final question of you, thank you very much for coming back up. You referenced in your opening statement about 300 plus, I think was the number you gave, of adjacent neighbors who have expressed support. And it feels like we've heard contradictory numbers. I think someone else from your team in a green shirt toward the end of public comment referenced like 145 number plus 80. And so I wasn't sure, and how you define adjacent. We heard a lot of people come up in opposition who said, this is my address, I live across the street, I live next door. So when you talk about the adjacent, if you could talk a little bit about your outreach, and is it 300, is it the 140? Just help me understand that.
Yeah, absolutely. We started our canvassing and outreach in 2022 and spent numerous weekends and afternoons canvassing the neighborhood going into the Planning Commission hearing. And at that time, we had 145 letters of support plus petition signatures and the 23 adjacent neighbors to the property itself. And it's not impossible that one adjacent neighbor said yes and one adjacent neighbor said no, because they're all multi-family dwellings.
Got it.
The church, being a religious institution and a community service entity, is upset that they have to sell. Their pledge to the neighbors when we had the meetings at the church throughout the last 2 years was to keep it as a community service, and on the condition that we would partner with those neighbors, and support their needs. And that is why we gathered the original 145, the 23 adjacent letters. In these last months since April, we reignited those same canvassing efforts, and you heard Luis, for example, talk about all the conversations he had with the neighbors. So when we add all of that together, we're up to 330, and I have a beautiful map in the lobby that actually shows the houses with dots where each of the immediate neighbors did sign either a petition or submitted a letter for public comment, but we weren't allowed to bring that in. Supervisor Mitchell, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your response. Today's conversation has been compelling. As a parent, one of the hardest decisions you make is where you entrust your children to be educated. We want them to be safe. We want it to be the best environment for them. So I appreciate all the parents who came out. I know how difficult that decision is. As the board's representative on the South Coast Air Quality Management District, the fact that the basin is, out of compliance, if you will, in terms of air quality is troubling. And it's further troubling. It's not just this location, but as we heard, so many of the schools in East LA, so many of our public schools across AQMD's service area put children at risk every day, particularly children who, based on the communities in which they live, are already predisposed to asthma and exposed to air pollutants, et cetera. And so I think the proximity to the freeway today is really deeply compelling. And just the last point I'll make, Madam Chair, to Supervisor Solis's point about saturation, that was, problematic from my perspective, that there really isn't an entity that is tracking saturation. And so we should look at that. One final question, I'm sorry, to the applicant. My notes are all over the page because it was so much going on. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for asking about play space. What I didn't hear about was green space. Yes, the elevated playgrounds are a move that we've made many years ago, but our current desire and the current action many school districts are taking is to de-cement, I'm sure there's an appropriate term for that, de-concrete schools. And so do you have green space you're planning, since you are at the front end of planning and designing a new space?
Yes, absolutely. So we did have to make a choice, parking or ground floor playground, right? So we said we can do both by elevating the playground, but we have additional smaller playground for TK and kinder that is surrounded by grass and greening. Supervisor Mitchell is the phrase you were looking for there, greening of our schools. We would also have curbing grass and the installation of additional trees and moving of healthy trees that can produce not only some fresh oxygen right around the school, but also to provide that greening and visualization, and to support as a visual barrier between the neighbors and the school itself. So we would be bringing in grass and trees around the borders of the school and in the TK Kinder playground area, which is separate from the elevated playground. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think we've all kind of expressed the same feeling today. And I've always thought in every political job I've held, it's all about land use. That's almost what everything boils down to. And you can have particular philosophies or views or opinions about something, but it really does boil down to land use. And Amy, that's why your position is so important. And land use can divide communities, can divide neighborhoods, can divide, the jurisdictional bodies that govern. But, I think this is about a land use issue for us. And I think we've all said, and I wanted to say it again too, how much I appreciate the parents, how much I appreciate the teachers, the principal, for those of you who think so much about where your child goes to school. There does seem to be an ongoing tension in our society between our traditional public schools and charter schools. And I always like to reiterate that charter schools are public schools, right? They are public schools. They're tuition free. They just become a choice that many parents make because sometimes the traditional school, is not a good fit in one way or another for their child, and they choose a charter school. I actually helped us found a charter school in San Pedro, the Port of Los Angeles High School. I have family members that have taught both in traditional public schools as well as charter schools. So I just want the parents, the teachers to know that, this is not in any way a judgment on, for me, my vote will not be a judgment on the validity or the excellence of charter schools in our region. I think charter schools serve a purpose. I think they need to be held accountable. I think they certainly need to be transparent and be judged on the quality of the education they serve. So in no way would my vote be in any way a judgment on charter schools. But this is a land use issue, and it feels to me like the school has gone through all the steps that they were required to do and more. And I think that's why this vote's going to be a little difficult, because you did the right things. You had the community outreach. You went through all the permitting process that you understood you were to do. But I don't live in this community. I don't represent this community. And Supervisor Solis knows this community a lot better than I do, has represented it well for so many years. And so I will be, listening to, what she wants to do for her community today, because, you can imagine a county of 10 million people. We each have 2 million people in our districts. And we really do sometimes rely on our colleagues who represent the area, who live in the area, to give us the best indication of what will work for that particular neighborhood. But Holly, I was going to say, Supervisor Mitchell, I was going to say the same thing. I mean, the fact that very few kids walk to school anymore is part of the problem. Every kid gets driven to school and gets picked up from school. Except for, again, as chair of Metro Board of Directors, I know many of our families rely on public transportation to get to school and back. That's a big issue. But most of us grew up with neighborhoods that wanted a school in our neighborhood. That's how it worked. And I even think of that famous scene in the movie Mr. Mom. Remember when they were like, you drop off on the north and you pick up on the south, and there was the monitor that was yelling at Mr. Mom saying, "You're doing it wrong." But that's but that's something that we're going to have to live with, and we're going to have to figure out going forward, because we have less and less land use, and I think the difficulty, the challenge is going to be going forward that charter schools currently are co-locating. And sometimes the LAUSD school complains about co-location of charter schools on their campus, and yet here was one who decided to purchase their own property and move, and it's becoming problematic in terms of the actual location they've chosen. So I'm not against the school. I'm not against charter schools or education. I think many people have said this seems to be the wrong location. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. If I may just add, I want to thank everyone who came out to testify. This hearing today, as Supervisor Hahn indicated, is a land use decision. So I appreciate that a lot of the testimony was about education and schools and availability of schools, and I understand that because we all come from a place of values in terms of how we do our work. And this decision is very complicated. We heard that some of the land use impacts that have been identified as a challenge are not unique to this site, and some are. And I've gone through this process with a private school in my neighborhood that was looking to expand. It was in a residential neighborhood. It had to include things like a rooftop playground and, you know, consideration of how you accommodate appropriate needs of a school in a area that is challenged just for space. And so I can appreciate the challenges that have been navigated to get to this point, and how you're trying to find an appropriate site that allows you to navigate land use challenges while accommodating all the things that you want to see in a vital and healthy school setting. And I think, as Supervisor Hahn indicated, I think that's why we rely on the leadership and insight of our colleagues who represent the districts where each of these projects are being presented. And so I too am interested in hearing from Supervisor Solis on what you see the next steps to be and how you would like to see us proceed. So Supervisor Solis, I'll turn it to you.
Well, first of all, thank you, colleagues, for your, your sincere interest and empathy. I think we all learned more today than I have in a long time about just how our departments function when it comes to something like this particular school situation. We all know that we all care, as I said earlier, about education, but it's not our vote today on whether we agree with education or not. I think all of us do. It's so clear. And with the parents that are out here as well as the ones that are viewing. But I want to say that the incompatibility, that's really what we're talking about today. Looking at the evidence, looking at information, looking at how our processes are in place and what that means in terms of the surrounding communities that are impacted. And I do have a petition, I think that was signed by over 86 people, 23 of which live in the block in site where this site is going to be placed that are in opposition. So there were people that, I guess had not been spoken to about what this meant. And I think it may have been even a bit misleading, because I think last year I was made aware that there were some public meetings that were held to talk about creation of the site. And some of the people that were told to go, that were given, obviously gift cards, things like that, to sign a petition in support, maybe not fully understanding the process and what is at stake here. So I think sometimes we have to be careful about how we do our outreach. And the fact that there were a lot of misleading statements by the public, it isn't about our fight with education. Education for me is a right for every child, and every parent should be advocating for that. I don't disagree with that. But this particular location for me, in terms of what I'm hearing, in terms of not just congestion, but also the compaction of the number of students that potentially will be drawn there. First, we're talking about 300, then it will go potentially up to 500. And we've already heard from the local residents and some of the mitigation efforts that haven't really been in place yet, because we really haven't heard about any traffic studies or anything like that. But we already know, given the folks that live there and even my staff, and we have covered this area for many years, we know how congested it is. I do know that perhaps at another point, maybe there'll be another opportunity to see another site looked at. But this one, for all intent and purposes, the evidence for me is that it's not compatible with what the current makeup of that neighborhood is. And it's unfortunate that we're losing a church there. But we see that happening across our districts and other unincorporated areas. And I also see some of our schools that are closing school sites, like at Hacienda La Puente. They're closing several schools there, and I can tell you how volatile that is. And people were calling my office thinking I had something to do with that, when it's not even in our jurisdiction. So there are a lot of things that the public may not be clear about, and I think it's our duty, and I'm glad that we had this chance to talk about this. Certainly it's not the end of it, but I think for today's purposes, what I would like to say that I am not in support of the current project as stated, and I would like to read the following in. So colleagues, I urge you to join me in the following. Number one, close the public hearing for project number PRJ 2022-004416. Two, find that the project is statutorily exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, as CEQA does not apply to projects that a public agency rejects or disapproves pursuant to sections 15061 and 15270 of the state CEQA guidelines. And three, indicated intent to deny project PRJ 2022-004416, consisting of conditional use permit number RPPL 2022013731, thereby overturning the Regional Planning Commission's decision to approve the conditional use permit and instruct the County Council to prepare the necessary findings to deny the project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So that will be the motion before us. So at this time, it would be appropriate to close the public hearing and vote on the motion as presented by Supervisor Solis. So I will note that she has moved, seconded. I will second to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
We'll now move on. Thank you to everyone who is here today on this item. If you choose to leave, please do so quietly. We have more items we have to attend to. We'll now move on to item 8. And for members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Executive Officer, please read in the short title.
Item 8 is a hearing on appeal of project number 2019-000706, specifically condition number 23, to authorize a continued operation and maintenance of an existing 47-space recreational vehicle park known as Cali Lake RV Resort, located at 10645 Soledad Canyon Road within the Mount Gleason Zone District in Santa Clarita Valley Planning Area, with the pertinent facilities applied for by Oceans 11 RV Park LLC. No departmental statement was submitted. Correspondence was received.
Thank you. And Amy Bodek, our Director of Regional Planning, continues to be with us and will make a new presentation. Please go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you. This is a continuation of an item that you heard back in August 13th, 2024 to be exact. This is an existing park. I do have a brief PowerPoint, just 3 slides, just reminding you where this is located. It is located in the 5th District on Soledad Canyon Road. It is a location that has been in existence and has permits dating back 70 plus years. This was an appeal of a single condition.
Madam Chair, I think this, you're repeating what we did last time. I would ask Amy that maybe you jump ahead to what came out of the meetings that you had that we're going to be talking about today.
Certainly. The condition was related to the length of stay for RV parks, and the county code requires that there be a maximum of 90 days within a 6-month period. This board asked us to return back with options to replace that condition with something else. So I'm going to ask to go to the second slide, which was the old condition. I'm sorry, continue to the next slide, please. This was the old condition 23 that was subject to the appeal. We are suggesting that that condition be replaced with new conditions that do require that all RVs and automobiles be in DMV registered, and that they are able to retain their DMV registrations. We are asking that each RV owner or occupant signs an acknowledgement form that they are aware that they are in a very high fire hazard severity zone, and a floodplain, and they are subject to high risk of fire and floods. We are also asking that the permittee acknowledges the indemnifications and grants indemnifications to hold the county harmless from any natural disaster or emergency event that may occur, including claims from the tenants and occupants, and that the permittee would inform the occupants as part of the rental contract that if they stay for more than 90 days, we'll go to the next slide, please. If they stay for more than 90 days, they may be eligible for tenant protections, including rental protections and relocation assistance from the permittee. Again, all RVs and automobiles must be in working order. They all must be registered with the DMV. And with these replacement conditions, we believe that that satisfies the board's concerns. And that you would then move forward to replace these conditions if you so choose. I'm available for any questions.
Yeah, and I want to thank you, Amy, and your staff for working on this. When we last discussed this item, it was evident that a number of concerns and questions remained about the specific provisions within the conditional use permit. As this board indicated at its previous hearing, the need for housing is a pressing and ever-present issue that requires us to focus and prioritize the preservation of all of our housing options. I want to thank my colleagues for raising their concerns and posing important questions which inform the decisions and actions that we are going to take today. The public testimony we heard showed that this park has become a refuge for those who cannot afford to live elsewhere. However, the operator does have the responsibility and actually has stepped up and taken responsibility of ensuring that safety of the residents within the park is met, and I want to thank the operator for that. I want to thank the department for taking this board's feedback and bringing us back recommendations that will ensure that the park operator will be required to take additional actions to address life safety. This includes a new requirement that the park operator maintain and operate a shuttle van that will be used for evacuations in emergency situations. In addition, the conditions ensure that residents of the park are aware of their rights as tenants if they reside at the park for longer than 90 days. It is essential that these residents, some of whom are in difficult financial situations, understand the rights and that the county will provide robust oversight of the park's obligation as a landlord. Therefore, I'd like to move that we take action to incorporate these conditions and move this forward, and will introduce the following motion. I therefore move that the Board of Supervisors, 1, find that the project is categorically exempt in accordance with California Environmental Quality Act and the state and county CEQA guidelines. 2, grant the applicant's appeal of condition number 23 and instruct county council to prepare the necessary findings and conditions of approval, incorporating and proposed condition numbers 23 to 26 as presented by the Department of Regional Planning for our board's consideration, and 3, otherwise affirm the commission's approval of CUP number RPP L201-900-1251. That would be my request, and I would ask for an aye vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Unless that there are any other supervisors who'd like to make remarks, we'll go to public comment. Please note that we heard from the applicant appellant at the prior meeting, so we'll go straight to public comment. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will Bob Mangle, Chris Chapman, Dr. Ivy Hilton, and Stuart Silver please come forward and staff will assist you? As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 8, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Hello?
Moderator?
Our first participant? Yes, our first participant is Eric Previn. Your line is open. If you are muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. So this is very uplifting, because I remember we heard this in August, and BODEC came down, and there was a lot of carrying on and discussion. And this is proof that even in one of the snippiest epics of the Board of Supervisors in history, going way back, here we have collectively working together with a little shuttle. The shuttle is going to make a difference because this is, as Barger pointed out, not always individuals who are firm on the resources. But by having a safety mechanism with which they can get to the Hollywood Bowl if necessary or out of a particularly hazardous situation. And by the way, what happened to the Hollywood Bowl hearing?
This
before
item
the election?
is
that
not
being
about the
put
Hollywood
back?
Bowl. If you'd like to talk
Okay,
about the
so you're
Hollywood
not-
Bowl, you can do that in general public comment.
Well, I want to talk about the jacked up rates, but I'll do it in general. Okay. But in terms of this meeting, I really appreciated item 7 because it gave everybody
Thank you. Your time
a
has
great
expired.
opportunity
Next
to
speaker,
really,
please.
really go deep. Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Okay, we will close virtual public comment and go to speakers in person. Please go ahead.
My name is Bob Mingle. I'm representing Green Meadows and the City of LA. Good morning, Madam Supervisors. This is an issue that allows this owner of Cali Lakes to move on with the process that he should be reconsidered and investigated more for the county approval for Cali Lakes. This project and the owner took advantage of you and the land and continued to do long-term or long work into long-term stay, broke the laws, and the law is 90 days. The state law is a 90-day stay on the property, and it should be held for that for the city and the county within the 6 months period. Plus, he occupied it before he even received occupancy, the occupancy permit. And he's done almost this with 4 other properties that he has, and there's been health and safety concerns at these properties. That should be considered highly. Some investigation there's an investigation going on from the city motion right now with a property that is already the investigation from a property that's already going on in the city, in Harbor City.
Thank you very much. Your time has expired. If there's anything written you'd like to share with us, you can give it to our staff. Please go ahead.
Hi, I think it's still morning. It's actually afternoon. Good afternoon. Chris Chapman, Counsel for the Park. I addressed the board last time. I'm not sure if you wanted to hear from me, but I was on the list. But I just want to first say thank you for the cooperation with the board and the planning department to present this motion to approve this additional condition and to allow for a long-term stay. And I'll just remind everyone that this is both a win, both legally and politically, because legally, state law supports this application for this exemption. State law was from January 1st of 2004, the Health and Safety Code was put into place by the state, which allows this applicant to ask for this long-term stay. And then politically, it's also appropriate because there's a need for affordable housing, and that's what the park's been doing. Admittedly, there's been the short-term stay requirement forever, but here, obviously, it's been shown that there is no health and safety concern with the residents living there long-term, so we appreciate your motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I just want to say my name is Stuart Silver. I just want to say thank you for this. I want you to know that we have taken necessary steps already in case there's a flood or fire. Just by the volunteers there, we have a complete plan already put together. We're having monthly communication meetings with all the residents. We have 10 captains each captain's responsible for a certain area to complete, if possible, to go over to the other area if they need it. So if there's anything catastrophic, we're going to handle it. We'll also have a van there ready to transport people if they can transport themselves. That's all I really want to say. Thank you, Ms. Barger.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Okay. With that, it would be appropriate to close the public hearing and vote on this item. The motion as introduced by Supervisor Barger is moved by her. I will second to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
We'll now move on to item 9. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Executive Officer, please read in the short title.
Item 9 is a hearing on the appeal of project number 2019-003407, specifically condition numbers 20 and 34, to authorize the continued sale of a full line of alcoholic beverages for off-site consumption with a Type 21 alcoholic beverage control license in an existing supermarket located at 8601 Hooper Avenue in the unincorporated Florence Firestone community, applied for by Bodega Latina Corporation. A departmental statement was submitted and correspondence was received.
Thank you for that. Amy Bodek, our Director of Regional Planning, is still here and will make a presentation on this item. Please go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, the Board of Supervisors, the Planning Commission did approve this project in April of 2024. Two specific conditions were appropriately appealed within the timeframe by the applicant. One is related to the hours of operation, and the second one is related to exterior security bars or roll-up doors. I do want to make it clear for the administrative record that there is a typo in the board report, and we did correct it through a revised board report, but for the administrative record, I'm going to clarify that within the census district, ABC, the Alcohol and Beverage Commission, indicated that there are 2 licenses for sale, not 3, for off-site consumption. The census tract number is 5351.02, and that there are currently 4 licenses, not 9, within that census area. This was corrected in the Planning Commission's hearing, and they had the correct information that they made their decision based on, and you have the corrected information as well. I wanted to just clarify that for the administrative record. Again, this is related to hours of operation and the prohibition for exterior security bars and roll-up doors. That concludes my staff report. Happy to answer any specific questions.
Thank you. Are there any supervisors who'd like to make remarks at this time? If not, we will go to public comment. We'll first call the applicant/appellant's representative, Monica Penichet Coates, speaking on behalf of Bodega Latina Corporation, who will be given a total of 2 minutes. Please begin. Let's wait till your mic's on.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Monica Penichet Coates. I'm here on behalf of Bodega Latina, now Chedraui USA El Super. I wanted to first, before I start to my substantive comments, reiterate our request for hearing continuance. There were not necessarily just typos. There were serious misstatements in the record by the Planning Commission, both in their statement and staff report regarding the key information regarding the census tract, misidentifying the wrong census tract, as well as the allocation and the permitted uses. And so we submitted a notice of hearing continuance, a detailed letter last Thursday when this was posted, and again, when we posted our response yesterday. There still is an error, with all respect to the Planning Commission, that there are not 4 current ABC licenses within the census tract. There are currently just 3. And so again, we reiterate for a 3rd time that this matter be continued to allow the board to review accurate and correct information, and also for the public record to be permitted to be reviewed by everyone for at least a week's time.
Please finish with the remainder of your time.
I'm happy to answer if you'd like.
She has 30 remaining seconds, so.
Well, those were not my substantive comments, with all due respect.
You have a remainder of your 2 minutes to use.
El Super is a serious and responsible operator at the store. What we are requesting is that our operations of the alcohol sales be from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. We're willing to compromise on the application that was from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. It's critical for the continued operation of this store to have that ability to use those alcohol sales during those hours.
Thank you. Director Bodick, can you please respond to the applicant's comments
Certainly.
regarding the continuance?
I'd be happy to do so. We are basing our decision and the Planning Commission's decision on actual information received by the Department of Alcohol and Beverage Control, and I have that document in front of me. It showed at the time of the application that there were 4 on-sale licenses within that census tract and 2 off-sale. So we used that as the basis for the application when the application was received. The Planning Commission report was issued in January of 2024. However, the clarifications related to the number of licenses and the census tract were corrected in February, and the Planning Commission did not make a decision until their hearing in April. So they had the corrected information as part of their supplemental package. That concludes my statements on that.
Okay. Do we have any other speakers on this item? None in person?
Yeah. Well, Albert Ballesteros and Dr. Ivy Hilton, please come forward and staff will assist you.
Okay.
As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 9, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant, is from the line of Eric Previn.
Thank you.
Your line is open. Excuse me. If
Yeah,
you are muted, please unmute.
No, that's okay. Thank you. I'm curious why only 2 minutes. It's interesting. She didn't even use up all of the 2 minutes. But I do appreciate that, the supervisors are trying to hold the line here. And there is a little compromise because starting at 7 a.m. for the booze sales, as opposed to 8 a.m. is an hour later. So, I would take a long, close look at that. Let's remember that Governor Newsom came up with the 4 a.m. exemption, allowing Balmer and those characters at the Intuit Dome to party until they're done in the morning at 4 a.m. This sends a message that, kind of special interests can really, really go deep. His wife gave $1 million to his recall, and then to fight the recall, and then they spent $250,000 plying state legislatures that Mitchell and everybody is so busy celebrating how great it works up at the legislature.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
But in this particular...
Our next participant is Corey Schmidt. Your line is open. If you are muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Okay, Corey Schmidt for the record. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so number 9, I guess, right? We're talking about sewer service charge, something like that?
No.
I think there's 2 of them, actually. No, we're not talking about sewer getting...
No, this is item 9. To authorize the continued sale of alcoholic beverages in an existing supermarket in the metro planning area.
Oh, I swear item 9 was about servicing the sewer. Or getting service, I guess, from the sewer. Or cleaning the sewer, something like that, I don't know. Okay, so alcohol supermarket. I like this idea, actually. I'm intrigued, actually, by the whole thing. I wasn't expecting to have alcohol as supermarket. I've never heard of that idea before.
Thank you.
So,
your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Michael Cho. Your line is open. If you are muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Michael Cho. I'm an attorney. I handle alcoholic beverage licensing matters for Bodega Latina, or Chedraui USA, doing business as El Super. It is critical that you take a look at the actual number of licenses that have been approved. Right now, there are 3 licenses, including that of Bodega Latina at El Super. The number has gone down from 4. It is currently 3. The SAFE policy was really never supposed to be a line in the sand where if you're over, then you're subject to certain conditions. What it was is a policy guideline. So if you can take a look at the history of the market and how they've been a good steward, alcohol sales in the area, and they have had those hours before. I think looking at that policy and taking an open mind and being reasonable about it, and it not having such a draconian
Thank you. Your time has
line in the
expired.
sand kind
Next
of
speaker,
policy.
please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in queue to address the board.
Thank you. We'll now go to speakers in person. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Supervisor, board members. My name is Albert Ballesteros. I'm the regional director of this grocery store. So one of the things that I committed myself is to bring in healthy food items to underserved communities. And the reason why, I used to live in the community. I actually went to Nightingale Junior High School just down the street from, not too far away from that. What got me into the position is that someone gave me the opportunity to do something greater with myself, teach me more things, and now I am a regional director where actually I'm able to do many, many more things. One of the things that I wanted to provide to underserved communities is that, and also give them talent. And one of the things that I always see is that those underserved communities don't get the opportunity to have those, and they have more restricted things. Right now, so far, we've actually been able to promote people from entry level to assistant store directors in that particular community. So I would like to keep.
Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers in person? Okay. Director Bodek, is there any other consideration we should be taking at this time?
I just want to note that the Sheriff's Department originally recommended denial of this project due to the history of sales calls for service in this area. This was before this operator came along. However, the CUP runs with the land, and so there is no guarantee that it would be the same operator. So I do want to just point that out, that we did look at both the number of licenses, but also it is in an over-concentration area and in a high crime area. Thank you.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Well, I just want to say to the last member of the public, I fully appreciate the operator's willingness to sell healthy food items, and I do not see the correlation between an additional 3 hours, one's ability to sell alcohol with one's ability to commit to local hire in a community and sell healthy food options. And so I'll be supporting the board letter as it's currently drafted. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. Supervisor
So
Hahn?
just for clarification, we're still allowing them to sell alcohol. The only things that they were questioning were the hours. They wanted earlier in the morning, and then something about the security doors, right? Was that the other issue that?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. They were asking for expanded hours of operation. Their original request was for 7 a.m. start time instead of 10 a.m. And today we heard that they're interested in moving that to 8 a.m. instead of 10 a.m. And then they were interested in removing the condition that prohibits exterior security bars or roll-up doors. You can have those on the interior, but not on the exterior in this location.
This motion, if approved, we're keeping that, selling the alcohol starting at 10.
Correct.
10 a.m. And we're also telling them they can't have the roll-up doors.
On the exterior.
On the exterior, but they can have the security grills on the interior.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. With that, it would be appropriate to close the public hearing and vote on this item. Item 9 is before us, moved by Supervisor Mitchell, and I will second to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
We will now move on to item 10. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Executive Officer, please read in the short title.
Item 10 is a hearing on the appeal of project number R2014-02690 to authorize the conversion of an existing 4,042 square foot single-family residence into a guest ranch with accessory special events on a 38-acre parcel located at 340 Canaan Road within the Santa Monica Mountains planning area, applied for by Howard Lake. A departmental statement was submitted and correspondence was received.
Amy Bodick, our Director of Regional Planning, remains with us throughout the day, making another presentation. I'll turn it to you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we are now in District 3. This is related to an existing land use that was proposed for a guest ranch. The Regional Planning Commission approved this project with conditions in August of 2023. It was timely appealed. The applicant is here as well as the appellant. This is a public hearing. Comments related that we heard at the Planning Commission were related to traffic and turn lane being in a dangerous location on a curve, ambient noise levels due to the location of this existing structure at the top of a hill, concern about light spillage, and a potentially unpermitted helistop. The Planning Commission did approve this project. As I said, it was timely appealed. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have specifically.
Thank you. I will hold my comments till the end, so if we could turn to our members of the public and start with public comment. We'll first call the appellant, Joan Slimikowski, who will be given a total of 2 minutes, to be followed by the applicant.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you for taking time to hear this appeal. I'm Joan Slimikowski, Treasurer of the Las Virgenes Homeowners Federation. And you have all the information as Director gave you in the letters. I want to address right now I have 5 maps which I did not have time to make a PowerPoint. I just received them. If I can submit them. The distance from the Wallace-Annenberg Wildlife Crossing over the 101 freeway in Agora Hills to this project is 5.1 miles as the crow flies. However, the wildlife migratory path is within 1,500 yards of this project. This path being one of the major factors for the creation of this wildlife bridge, which is so much excitement and anticipatory for the public to know about this wildlife crossing. Regional planning analysis in issuing a negative declaration does not mention the bridge once in their documents. Backers of this bridge deserve to at least have some explanation via a full EIR of the impact of these backers being the Annenberg Foundation, Caltrans, National Park Service, Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, the National Wildlife Federation. The project warrants a full EIR. This is not a simple existing single-family residence converting to a guest ranch with special events, not to the wildlife.
Thank you very much. We'll now hear from the applicant, Howard Lake Jr., who will be given a total of 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. Oh, sorry. I can't believe I'm here in front of you. It's been a long haul. Thank you for taking the time to review the guest ranch use at my existing home. I'm the owner and manager of Malibu Rocky Oaks at 340 Canaan Road, representing my family who co-owns the property with me, who have lived in the Santa Monica Mountains for some 50 years. I would like to thank Tyler Montgomery, I believe he's on the phone, for all the work he put into this and the detailed reports, and all who have contributed to review and the approval of this project. I appreciate, once again, you folks taking the time to review it. As longtime residents of the area, I've always been sensitive to my neighbors, as support letters from my nearest neighbor, who I can see from my patio, have demonstrated. This includes the Triumphal Lobo Canyon Community Association, and after a nice meeting with them, they chose not to appeal, and they agreed that I will not allow any exterior amplified music, and will meet with them every 6 months. I've tried to meet with the folks from the Federation. They were cordial, but they did not wish to discuss the project with me. I would have loved to. Still, we are committed to working with them. In August of '23, the Regional Planning Commission unanimously approved the project, including one member pulling me aside and saying what a beautiful project we presented, considering the space and the parking. Prior to that, CTAC unanimously approved the project as well, and I hope you folks will follow with this 10-year project, I think it's more than 10 years now, a chance to operate and set a benchmark for the region. My own appeal was to keep the observation pad. It was originally a helistop, or we were going to go for that, but now it's just an observation pad to enjoy the view. And also there was some glass that has to be raised on the west patio that they mentioned has to be all around the property. I look forward to working with you, and I hope that this facility will coexist with the environment and the entire region and my neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who've signed up to speak on this item.
Will Neil Brower, Dr. Ivy Hilton, and Roger Pugliese please come forward, and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 10, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
And the next speaker is Michael Dickerson. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Michael Dickerson. I am the acoustical engineer who did all the noise studies for all aspects of this particular project. It first started out, there was noise issues off the property line, which were resolved. Then we did noise issues for the wildlife and stuff, and we put up noise barriers and mitigation measures to solve those. And then finally, there was an issue that someone was saying for the property long ways away that they were going to have noise. And we've solved all of these noise issues, and I just speak in support of the project for Howard. That's all I have to say. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
And we'll go to the line of Corey Schmidt. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone.
All right. Corey Schmidt for the record. There's a huge lag on your live feed versus the phone. I thought you guys actually might have snuck in another item real quick while I went to the bathroom. I don't know. Did you want to sneak in something? Anyways, I think, speaking of lag, we're talking about single-family residents turning into a ranch in the mountains. I think that sounds pretty good. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you think that sounds right? I don't know. I'll let you get back to me.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in queue to address the board.
We will close virtual public comment and go to speakers in person. Please go ahead.
My name is Roger Pugliese. I'm the Vice President of the Las Virgenes Homeowners Federation and am in total support of the appeal. There must be a complete and thorough EIR done on this project. To take a project from a a family home and turn it into a guest ranch, there are many, many, many adverse effects on that, on doing something like that. We've talked about that. We've presented a lot of information about it. You've read all the packets that have been given to you, and also the 99% of the surrounding area and the people that live there also want a full and complete EIR. That would be appropriate for this particular location. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Neil Brower with Jeffrey Mangels, Butler and Mitchell. I represent the Lights. As you heard from both the applicant and from staff, this really is just the use of a single family home as a guest ranch. The guest ranch is a use. The only construction that's going to occur on the site is interior work for ADA compliance, particularly a lift, restrooms, and providing permeable pavers on the driveway that's already been graded for the last 10 years. There have been concerns raised about the Annenberg Wildlife Crossing, but again, the Wildlife Crossing is over 5 miles away, and the migratory path that leads to it is over a mile away from the property. This project has twice been to CTAC, twice before the RPC, and it's had detailed biological studies, including specifically the effects of noise on wildlife migration, and those effects were found not to be significant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Okay. I want to thank Director Bodek for the report today and for your staff's work on this application. I want to thank the community members who spoke on this. I appreciate your comments and your advocacy for your community. I also want to thank all our applicant who is here today to speak on behalf of the property. As the Santa Monica Mountain communities know well, over the last few years, there was deep and good faith engagement to update the area plan with a set of new regulations that are more responsive to current on-the-ground conditions and to better incorporate environmental protections. Our Santa Monica Mountains are unique and have sensitive habitat and great biological diversity, playing a significant role in our region's ecosystem. In fact, this project site is within a significant ecological area and a very high fire hazard severity zone. We need to make sure to protect these lands through reasonable boundaries on land uses in this area. I've reviewed the application, board letter, the appeals, and other case documents, as well as listening to public comments today, and I am not comfortable with this requested entitlement. I'm highly sensitive to concerns regarding development and frequent large special events in the Santa Monica Mountains for many reasons, including fire safety, traffic, noise, lighting, and wildlife movement, chief among them. When this property's project was originally proposed, it was presented to the county and the community as a single-family residence. Had the original applicants attempted to present this project as today in total, including the illegally constructed helipad, it would have been denied based on violation of county code and regulations. Today, I hear as part of the rationale that the building already exists, so it is only fair for it to be considered for intensified use. This kind of piecemeal approach is not being transparent with the county or the community about the intended uses for this site. Allowing this property to continue to exist as a single-family home, which is still able to apply for temporary special events permits on occasion and with well-defined mitigations, is consistent with what the county originally approved and what I feel most comfortable with today. With that in mind, I have a motion to read in. The project before us today is the conversion of a single-family residence into a guest ranch with accessory special events. The appeal by the Las Virgenes Homeowners Federation raises many valid concerns about the project's potential impacts, including those related to biological resources, noise, and traffic, especially if an evacuation is required due to a fire or other emergency. It should be noted that the project site is in a significant ecological area and a very high fire hazard severity zone. There has been a history of zoning violations while also incurring zoning violations on 3 separate occasions for operating an unpermitted helistop and wedding venue on the property. As a result, I do not believe the project meets the required findings for a significant ecological area conditional use permit, specifically those related to maintaining wildlife corridors and preserving the health, peace, comfort, or welfare of the surrounding community. The project does not comply with several goals and policies of the applicable Santa Monica Mountains North Area Plan, most notably those related to emergency evacuation, limiting noise impacts, and maintaining biological resources. It is unclear that the proposed conditions of approval would adequately address these issues, and several of the conditions rely on the applicant implementing detailed mitigation plans. Some of these plans, including those for emergency evacuation, noise reduction, and traffic mitigation, were conditioned to be prepared at a later date. I'm not confident that this applicant would be able to operate the project in a manner that is consistent with the required standards. Therefore, I would like to indicate my intent to recommend denial of this project and instruct County Council to prepare the required findings for such a motion, which will return to this board at a later date. I therefore move that the Board of Supervisors close the public hearing for project number R2014-02690-3, consisting of conditional use permit number RCUP-2014-00127 and environmental assessment number RCUP-2014-00127. Indicate its intent to find that CEQA does not apply to projects that a public agency rejects or disapproves pursuant to sections 15061 and 15270 of the state CEQA guidelines. Indicate its intent to deny the applicant's appeal and to grant the appellant's appeal of the Regional Planning Commission's approval of the project and deny the project. Instruct County Council to prepare the necessary findings for the board's consideration. Are there any other questions or comments by my colleagues? Supervisor Hahn.
Yes, Madam Chair. So the recommendation was to deny this appeal and let this project go forward. That's what we have before us. But you're saying to, does that mean you would vote to uphold the appeal? Or are we?
If I can clarify, Supervisor. So Supervisor Horvath is bringing a superseding motion. So that's the motion before you, and it supersedes the one that was recommended by the Department of Regional Planning.
So you're bringing a motion to deny the project?
Yes. I know that with the substitute motion, it clarifies the action. Are there any other questions or comments from my colleagues? With that, the motion is before us. I will move, seconded by Supervisor Solis, to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis? Aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell? Aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn? Aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger? Aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath? Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
We'll now move on to item 11. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Executive Officer, please read in the short title.
Item 11 is a hearing on project number PRJ 2023-002901, the Accessory Dwelling Unit Ordinance Amendment to update the Los Angeles County Code, Title 11, Health and Safety, and Title 22, Planning and Zoning, development standards with state statutory requirements for accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units, and improving local implementation in the unincorporated areas of Los Angeles County. A departmental statement was submitted and correspondence was received.
Thank you very much. Amy Bodek, Director of Regional Planning, will make a presentation.
Madam Chair, members of the board, this amendment implements changes to state law. It implements a couple of specific local policies, and it also aligns Title 22 with the recently adopted short-term rentals ordinance. And so for those 3 reasons, we would ask your consideration to approve these amendments.
Are there any supervisors who would like to make remarks? Seeing none, Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who've signed up to speak on this item.
Will the following individual please come forward? Dr. Ivy Hilton, please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item number 11, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, when we have the first remote speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no remote speakers in queue to address the board.
Okay, then at this time, it would be appropriate to close the public hearing, seeing no speakers in person, and vote on this item. Item 11 is before us, moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Barger to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
We'll now move on to item 12, full and independent investigation into alleged misconduct of a former Los Angeles County public official and increasing transparency and accountability in the contracting process. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Don Harrison, County Counsel, Dan Shulman, Covington and Burling LLP, and Dwayne Campbell, FTI Consulting, will make a presentation. And I would ask, given the content of this presentation, Madam County Counsel, I think a lot of the subject material here is actually more closed session related. So if you could provide us with parameters for our discussion today, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Board of Supervisors. On October 19th, 2021, your board directed my office to retain an outside law firm to conduct an independent investigation into the service contracts at issue in the federal indictment of a former supervisor and a forensic review of all service contracts in all supervisorial districts with a significant monetary value from 2008 to 2020, and as well as looking at the overall county contracting processes. That investigation is now complete. My office retained the law firm of Covington and Burling on November 17th, 2021. Assisted by FTI Consulting, Covington conducted this investigation in 3 phases, which they will walk you through. Today's briefing is to provide you with the results of the forensic review of the county's service contracts, the county's contract processes and policies, as well as Covington's recommended process improvements. I will brief your board in closed session regarding the county service contracts referenced in the federal indictment and any potential legal action that the county may wish to pursue against USC due to its failure to comply with its contractual duties to the county. I will turn it over now to Dan Shulman of Covington and Burling and Dwayne Campbell of FTI Consulting, who will introduce their respective teams, and together they will walk you through their fact findings, data collection, and investigation, as well as their ultimate findings and recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Madam Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. We're pleased to provide an overview of our work to the board today. As you know, I'm Dan Shulman of Covington and Burling, based here in Los Angeles. I'm joined by 2 of our key team members, Nicole Patolai and Catherine Irwin-Bronstein. I'm also have with us today Dwayne Campbell of FTI Consulting and Ed Westerman, formerly of FTI. Dwayne and Ed are highly experienced forensic accountants. They, along with a team from FTI, work closely with Covington and County Counsel on a forensic analysis of contract data and help develop many of our recommendations for enhancing the county's internal controls. I'll start with a couple of preliminary observations. Our findings are a mixed bag. We did not identify a pattern of corruption and fraud within the county service contracting process. That's the good news. On the other hand, we found several weaknesses in the county's internal controls related to third-party service contracts. These weaknesses leave the county susceptible to fraud, corruption, and conflicts of interest. These gaps, particularly the county's lack of ability in some cases to fully substantiate significant expenditures with adequate backup documentation, also render the findings of our investigation far less definitive than we would hope. Help advancing this, there we go. Okay. Well, let's now go back for a moment to where we started. As the board knows, in October 2021, the board authorized an independent investigation with 2 parts. 1, to investigate the county service contracts referenced in the indictment of a former supervisor, and 2, to conduct a forensic review of the county service contracting process more broadly over a 12-year look-back period from 2008 to 2020. County Council, as Ms. Harrison referenced, retained Covington, assisted by FTI, to conduct the investigation and service contract review. Our work involved a three-phase process to address each of the directives in the board's motion. Phase one focused on scoping. The goal here was to identify and collect relevant information related to the contracts referenced in the indictment and to county contracting processes. We then developed a detailed plan for conducting our work. Phase two was the primary fact-gathering phase, which broke down into the two major work streams outlined in the board motion. First, we conducted a neutral and thorough fact investigation into the circumstances that gave rise to the contracts between USC and the county that were referenced in the federal indictment. Second, we performed a risk-based review of county service contracts from 2008 to 2020, which involved both the design and selection of a sample of contracts and an in-depth analysis of the contracts in the sample. Given the size of the county's budget and the breadth of services it provides, this was a daunting task. In scope, during the look-back period, was around 23,000 service contracts and payments, involving over 107,000 different vendors, with a total expenditure value of $80.7 billion. Given this volume of data, we and FTI developed a risk-based methodology, a risk scoring system, to select a sample of contracts, with a heightened focus on contracts that could be at risk for fraud or corruption. For instance, contracts that were not awarded through the competitive procurement process, contracts that originated with board motions, or contracts with vendors that had been the subject of prior complaints or disciplinary action. The final sample consisted of 200 contracts allocated across 24 county departments and all 5 of the county supervisorial districts, all told related to approximately $1.7 billion in county expenditures. Phase 3 is the reporting phase. We've provided a privileged and confidential report to County Council, which includes our legal analysis and recommendations regarding both parts of our investigation. And as Ms. Harrison mentioned, our public presentation today will focus on the forensic service contract review. Over the course of our investigation, we undertook substantial efforts to collect, review, and analyze information relevant to this investigation. As reflected on this slide, we collected, reviewed, and analyzed background materials related to county contracting, thousands of internal emails, contract-specific documentation, and trial-related materials from both third parties and the United States Attorney's Office. We also reviewed information submitted through the citizen complaint portal that we set up earlier in this investigation. As part of our information gathering process, an FTI team conducted extensive business intelligence and public records research regarding individuals, including current and former supervisors, and entities involved in the county contracting process. For example, we examined public sources for notable lobbying and campaign finance patterns associated with specific vendors or contracts. We also interviewed approximately 60 witnesses over the course of the investigation. These were individuals with knowledge of county contracting processes, the contracts referenced in the indictment, or the contracts in our sample. We'll now turn to our findings from the contract review. The good news is, as I mentioned earlier, that the service contract review did not reveal a pattern or practice of fraud or corruption in the county's procurement and contracting processes during the investigative period, 2008 to 2020. That does not mean we can give the county a clean bill of health. Before I turn it over to Dwayne to review those findings, it's important to note the county systems and controls are antiquated, cumbersome, and incomplete. Because of this, we faced delays in getting access to information that should have been readily available, and we were unable to obtain a significant amount of information that we had requested. As a result, this investigation took longer than it should have. It also renders our findings, as I mentioned before, far less definitive than we would hope. We just can't be sure we gained access to everything we needed. In the absence of reforms, some of which are underway, it is our view that the current state of the county's internal controls leaves the county open to a higher risk of fraud and corruption going forward. With that, I'll turn it over to Dwayne.
Thanks, Dan, and good afternoon, everyone. Our first finding is that the county does not have a centralized repository of complete and accurate data and documents related to service contracts. The county's practices governing document retention and maintenance reflect the county's decentralized approach to contracting and procurement. And this unfortunately made obtaining access to basic information that should be readily available very difficult and very challenging. In fact, we didn't receive a substantial amount of backup documentation for a lot of the contracts that we sampled, as Dan just mentioned. And this, of course, raises concerns that an organization with the budget the size of LA County does not have the ability to fully substantiate its expenditures with a verifiable audit trail. Our second finding is that we observed that the county does not always conduct thorough due diligence or vetting procedures for current or prospective vendors or contractors. Again, given the size of the county's budget and the magnitude of the funding associated with service contracts, this was a notable finding. At the end of the day, the county needs to know who it's doing business with and that they're qualified and responsible contractors. Third, we found that the county does not effectively document the validation of its justifications regarding non-competitive solicitations, such as sole source contracts or delegated authority agreements. In other words, in our investigation, we were not able to adequately validate that the county had legitimate reasons to bypass a competitive process when we looked at sole source contracts. In fact, many sole source justifications that we reviewed often had vague or little support, and they used boilerplate language such as lack of time to complete a competitive solicitation, or a desire or preference to maintain continuity of services, or some other inconclusive, non-definitive reason for sole sourcing. A fourth finding is while the county does have a process to monitor service contracts, we found that the process lacks standardization and is not sufficiently tailored to mitigate risk or evaluate the quality of services provided. And this includes with respect to discretionary spending. It appears that the county places a greater emphasis on fiscal monitoring, which is essentially reconciling invoices to payments. It also appears that many departments do not have an established methodology for evaluating the quality of services provided by a contractor. And the lack of this type of monitoring makes it more difficult to detect poor performing or unqualified service contract vendors and to root out contracts that are awarded based on factors other than competence and merit. Our fifth finding is while the county has a process to address problematic vendors, we observe that the contracted debarment, suspension, and card placement processes are inefficient and underutilized. In particular, our work revealed that the process of placing a vendor on card is very lengthy. It often takes over a year from the time the vendor is flagged to the time that the vendor is actually placed on card. Another interesting and very meaningful observation is that the card placement does not trigger a broader audit of that vendor's other contracts within the county. It also appears that the contracted disciplinary process may provide an opportunity for senior county officials to influence the outcome of the disciplinary proceedings involving the alleged non-compliant vendors. We've seen instances where officials can and have objected to the suspension or debarment of specific vendors. And while the reasons for these objections might be legitimate, vendors that do not comply with the county's policy should not be afforded leniency or protection as a result of a relationship with a county official. These decisions should be made independently. Next, the Auditor Control Department, which oversees the audit of county contracts and the investigations of complaints or allegations of fraud and abuse in the contracting process, faces significant resource constraints and appears to be underfunded relative to other large U.S. counties. Next, procurement fraud-related training for department personnel is only conducted on an irregular and ad hoc basis and is not mandatory for folks for personnel in the procurement function. Next, we observe that there's a lack of consistent and clear guidance related to the length of a contract and the number of contract terms awarded to vendors, and this leads to a high degree of variability in such terms across contracts. We thought this was a very meaningful observation because the length of a contract and the number of extensions awarded could be a vehicle or a mechanism by which favoritism is afforded to one vendor over another. Our last finding relates to the use of personal devices to communicate regarding county business. While we didn't find a widespread practice of county employees using non-county email addresses or personal phones to conduct county business, we did observe that county employees sometimes communicated about county business via text messages on their personal cell phones, and this created document access and retention challenges. This practice makes it more difficult for the county to conduct compliance audits, internal investigations, to comply with the Public Records Act requirements, and to preserve and produce documents as necessary in litigation. With that, I'm going to turn it back to Dan to introduce our recommendations.
We've broken down our recommendations into two general buckets. The first are process-focused recommendations to enhance the county's internal controls related to contracting. The second set of recommendations are designed to help the county improve its ability to detect, address, and safeguard against conflicts of interest in the contracting process. I'll turn it back over to Mr. Campbell to discuss the process-focused recommendations.
Sure. Thanks, Dan. We have quite a few recommendations that arose out of our work. Today we'll highlight what we consider to be the key recommendations. First recommendation is that the county continue its ongoing efforts to centralize and streamline contract documents and data. This is crucial not only to increase efficiency, but to enable the county to fully support the billions of dollars of expenditures with a verifiable audit trail. Our next recommendation is the county should make a concerted and deliberate effort to increase competition for contract awards and renewals. For example, to increase the effectiveness of the county's system for validating the need for sole source contracts and delegated authority agreements. The departments should first perform a careful evaluation of the current population of sole source contracts, sole source renewals, and delegated authority agreements, and clarify the conditions under which such contracts are appropriate. It should also take steps to validate and audit sole source justifications on a periodic basis. Further, the county should consider adopting a scorecard approach to monitoring that requires minimum vendor performance requirements in order to qualify for a sole source renewal. And finally, as it relates to the lack of clarity around the contract term lengths and extensions awarded, the county should consider undertaking an analysis of the contract terms and extensions across departments to determine whether or not greater standardization or otherwise modifying practices regarding the length of contract terms and the number of extensions could benefit the county. We observe what we call a trend of incumbency bias for contractors, and that is contractors with existing contracts often get repeated extensions simply because overwhelmed staff don't have the time or the bandwidth to conduct a competitive solicitation. So our next recommendation, sorry, I might have lost track of my notes, give me a second. Yeah. Our next recommendation, the county should enhance its monitoring procedures, particularly as they relate to evaluating the quality of services provided to the county and the people of Los Angeles. For example, the incorporation of customer feedback as part of the evaluation of the quality of services provided by the vendor could enhance current contract monitoring procedures. Next, the county should incorporate enhanced due diligence for current and prospective vendors, including by enhancing screening for potential conflicts of interest. To bring the county in line with practices of other comparable large organizations, the county should consider licensing a third-party Know Your Customer or KYC software program and working with a third-party service provider to efficiently incorporate publicly available information and vendor procurement risk information into a formal due diligence protocol related to county vendors prior to awarding contracts to vendors and subcontractors. Next, we recommend that the county evaluate the auditor controller's budget to ensure that it has sufficient resources to address the increasing volume and complexity of county service contracts. As a first step, we recommend that the county conduct a benchmark funding analysis of the county's audit budget against other sizable counties. Related to this, the county should also consider transferring the responsibility for verifying discretionary spend under the social program agreements from the executive office to the auditor controller. And as part of this enhancement, the auditor controller should be responsible for identifying and setting an appropriate threshold for SPAs to trigger a review. Finally, the county should review and enhance procedures to hold contractors accountable, including by ensuring the independence of the contractor disciplinary process and revitalizing the suspension and debarment system. As part of this effort, the county should adopt a clear rule prohibiting interference in OCI investigations involving allegations concerning county contractors or from the outcome of the contractor accountability proceedings. With that, I'll turn it back to Dan, who will take us through our conflict of interest focused recommendations.
We'll now discuss our recommendations to improve the county's approach to preventing and detecting conflicts of interest and to help promote a culture of ethics and integrity within the county. To start, we recommend the county establish and resource a new position of Chief Ethics and Compliance Officer. This will be a critical step toward ensuring the integrity of the county contracting and procurement process and toward bringing the county in line with best practices across major private and public entities. A dedicated senior-level compliance official within the county would be able to address our recommendations and others that others may have related to weaknesses identified in the service contract review, create a user-friendly implementation plan, and oversee the enforcement of new measures. The importance of a high-ranking independent compliance officer is the norm in private industry and with other large governmental agencies. It is recognized as a best practice by various government agencies like the Department of Justice and the Securities and Exchange Commission. Next, we think it is important that the county implement periodic contract-specific ethics and conflict of interest training for supervisors, deputies, senior staff in the CEO's office, and relevant departmental personnel. Developing the training program could be part of the new Chief Compliance Officer's responsibilities, as third-party outsourced services are a primary risk area for the county. Third, the county should consider implementing an enhanced revolving door policy and training. It should also require contractors to have a connected persons hiring policy. That is, the county should consider requiring as a condition of a contract that contractors and subcontractors adopt a clear policy that ensures that hiring decisions are based on merit, not political or family connections. And two, that connected hires by contractors and subcontractors must be disclosed within 30 days to relevant county ethics officials. And by connected persons, what I'm referring to, and this would include former county employees, friends and relatives of county officials, or those recommended by public officials, and contractors should be required and obligated to disclose when they hire such people. Next, we recommend streamlining and clarifying the language of the acceptable use agreement for use of electronic devices by county employees to ensure and make clear that all electronic communications regarding county business must be conducted on county systems. Violations of this policy should be enforced as a disciplinary matter. Last, we learned from county employees from our review of the vendor accountability process that the board motion practice could also benefit from enhanced safeguards. We understand that the board motion process can, in some respects, bypass opportunities for oversight and diligence by fiscal or subject matter experts, and can raise questions by the public about potential favoritism. So we recommend that the county consider implementing a requirement that all operational contracts undergo the board letter process rather than a board motion process, ensure that specific vendors mentioned in a board motion receive enhanced due diligence and vetting for potential conflicts of interest, and requiring a conflict of interest certification and a lobbying contact disclosure by a board member making the recommendation for a specific vendor by board motion. So thank you for your time today. Thank you to County Council for supporting us throughout this process, and we commend the county for elevating the importance of ethics, transparency, and compliance with this investigation. We encourage the county to continue to implement the recommendations we discussed today, to enhance efficiency, to reduce waste and abuse in the contracting process, and to promote a culture of ethics and integrity in the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Barger.
Thank you, and thank you for that report. You know, I think for me personally, and I appreciate the fact that you did the good and the bad, but to me the bad is that the lack of access to information can also create an ability to commit fraud. And if we're not doing a checks and balances within the county, we don't know if there are issues that are still going to be plaguing it. So I know that we have to change the way we're going about doing this, and I hear you loud and clear. In terms of the contracting process, though, did you look at how the bidding process plays out in general, or did you just look at the contracts as a whole?
Yeah, we did. We did look at the bidding process. We collected both like solicitation and bidding documents. So we looked at the full solicitation, and we looked at the bid process. We looked at the bid scores, and we were able to evaluate that process.
You know, because I know that we at this board have had bidders come in and say that it's not objective in terms of how they're scored. I mean, did you look at that? Because that's been a complaint that I think we've all heard from panels that have been put into play. And are there recommendations? I didn't see them in here, recommendations that relates to that.
Yeah, so we did look at that to the extent that we got the level of detail that will allow us to really evaluate how the bids were scored. We looked at it very rigorously. There were one or two instances where we had to do some follow-up because it looked as if the scores might not have aligned with the contract award itself. We got those questions answered, so we did take a careful look in the instances where we actually got that level of detail.
Yeah, I mean, I really do believe that we do need to strengthen internal controls. And even with the departments, you would think that the people that are overseeing this would be already trained on how to do it. But it's obvious to me that maybe we need to train more, and bringing people in, to your point, providing them with the do's and don'ts, even though some of this that I read in your report would seem pretty obvious. Like I said, either you have ethics or you don't. And in this case, I think that if you are in that role of procurement, you know what is required. The RFP a little different because I know that they're written in a way that, you know, I've worked before I was a supervisor on an issue within ISD where the bidding process was written in a way that only one bidder would qualify. So it was so specific in terms of what the expectation was that no one else applied for it. So it wasn't a sole source, but it might as well have been a sole source. And very frustrating. And the vendor that brought it forward was in fear of retaliation, but he felt if he didn't, that it would continue on. So I've seen it. I appreciate your recommendations. I know this board, we're fully gonna look at how we can do that in a way that is really gonna make a difference and ensure that we don't have the ability to commit any sort of fraud. And I'm glad that you didn't find it. And then my last question, did you say 80 billion or 80 million in terms of the amount on contracts?
Yeah, over the 12 years, 80 billion with a B.
Okay, all right. Again, thank you. I do hope that we as a board, and this was, Supervisor Solis and I brought this forward, this motion, because we wanted to know. Because quite frankly, when we vote on contracts, and I was happy to read about the probation university, because at the end of the day, the probation wanted it, and they felt that it would have been value added working with the universities. It's unfortunate that that fell to the wayside, because we all know what's going on with our training on probation now. But having said that, it's important for us to understand how we can fix what we actually don't think even knew was broken. And now we do, with our eyes wide open moving forward. It's important for us to implement those recommendations, working with county council and working with our departments. do you think it would help to have one department overseeing procurement as a whole, like ISD? Or, because I know different departments do procurement on their own.
Yeah, I'll let Dwayne address this further, but the decentralization is a challenge in many ways for ensuring transparency, and that was certainly a challenge with our work, but I'll let Dwayne comment on that.
Yeah, so I think there's benefits, there's obvious benefits to decentralization because each department, wants to look after its own contracts, and every contract's a little bit different. But I do think there's a huge benefit to having, even if it's not one specific department, maybe representatives from various departments in a centralized group, so to look after certain items related to procurement.
Excellent. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, thank you all for the work that you put into this. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you. And I also want to congratulate you for your work. This has been more than 2 years, right? Almost 3. But I do want to say that it is a really sobering report. And you've already outlined the good, the bad, the ugly, and where we need to go. And I agree with your recommendations. And I look forward for this board to adopt those and to get more clarity on some of the questions that have already been raised regarding how we go about providing more assistance to our department heads and their staffs, those that are responsible for oversight on contracting and training. It seems to me we don't have a standardized template that actually says these are the things that you must have or you should have, and then having that checked upon regularly. I think our duty is to make sure that we're really being very good about our taxpayer dollars and making sure that there aren't any few errors, if any, really. And I get it because we're one of the largest counties in the country. It is hard. And to the question regarding would it be wise to have one compliance department, I think you're right. You probably have to have other departments that feed into it because you do have different regulations that govern formula funding from the federal government and others for Department of Health Services and others that would require different type of analysis and regulations. So I think we're going to learn a lot from that. We can, but I also think there are things internally that we could probably start doing. And I would ask, what are those things that we can do right now that aren't going to cost anything that we should do? Can you give me that? Can you give me that list?
We have the benefit of being able to make recommendations without putting a price tag on them, so we have the benefit of that falling to others, Supervisor Solis. But I'll say this, I do agree, and one of the proposals that we've made, which this is going to cost money, but it cuts across everything that we've suggested, is having a dedicated ethics and compliance officer who is responsible for taking all of this input, making sure that there are uniform procurement standards being applied across the department, making sure that the ethics and reporting system is best in class. That would, giving somebody ownership over that and a team will help the county move the ball considerably on these recommendations. So I didn't quite answer your question about something that we could do immediately, but that one could be done, in my view, relatively quickly and would help start the process of implementing the reforms.
Right, and you mentioned augmenting our auditor controller's office because it seems to me that they're a bit overwhelmed and there probably needs to be additional training and expansion there and more expertise in terms of forensic abilities. And that's something that perhaps, just like any other department or agency, we have to grow with the times and what's where we need to go. And I certainly know that's going to be a budget issue or a reprioritization of where we have resources right now, because I don't necessarily think that everything has to be whatever the number was that was published to have all of this done. I think a lot can be done and should be done internally, and that's why I'm asking what things can we do now. And those are discussions I believe we'll have internally with our staff But I do want to say at the top that I'm very, I'm pleased with your report, and it's something that I think everyone in the county that has any responsibility that oversees these things should be looking at, and just understanding that the board is taking a different perspective, and we do have an opportunity to make some reforms. In fact, in less than a week, I hope. There's a measure on the ballot that I know will help us address some of these issues right away. So I look forward to that. But again, I want to commend you, and I want to thank CEO and Coco, County Council, for helping us in this manner. I wish it could have been expedited much sooner, but I get it. You had to pull things that were not easily accessible, and that sends, I think, a big red flag up for a lot of us to think, well, why not? And let's fix that as soon as possible. So again, I appreciate the brevity and also the recommendations. Thank you.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much. I too thank you for the report. You remember the discussion when the motion was brought forward. I brought forward amendments to expand kind of the scope. And so based on that, I appreciate both your process-focused and your conflicts-focused recommendations, and they're tangible and doable. I appreciate that. And while we've spent a lot of time talking about the fact that we have a decentralized kind of procurement system, I am pleased to know that our Internal Services Department, together with our Auditor Controller, are currently working on our e-procurement system, which will accomplish some of the things that you've recommended. So some of that work is already in process. We will have an ethics commission. It's dual tracked, either by a vote of the people or based on the motion brought forward by Supervisor Barger, and so that will happen. My question is, could the chief ethics and the compliance officer that you recommend in the report be incorporated into any ethics commission established by the board or otherwise?
I think it could be. It's not perfectly analogous, but in looking at multinational companies and what's best practice is typically they'll have an ethics and compliance department with a chief compliance officer who will have some independent reporting lines. So not just reporting to management, but a separate line to an independent audit committee, for example, of the board of directors, to provide some level of independence for that group's work. So to the extent a new chief compliance officer position is created, having, whether it's an ethics commission or some other reporting outlet that would provide some independence, again, that could help the perception of ethics and integrity for the county's business.
Right. You had the question of how we define independence in an elected body like this in terms of ethics is the issue that we'll have to continue to try to figure out and navigate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Barger?
Yeah, Supervisor Solis asked a question and it jarred my memory. The Auditor Controller used to have a division that did forensic and actually had subpoena authority and was in the basement. Do you know if they still have that unit or did they disband it? Yeah, they used to have, no, it was down in the basement next to where, between assessment appeals and all.
I think they still do. I mean, looking at my team, who's not sure, but we can follow up on that. But I thought the same as you. I thought they still did, but
I think to your point when you were asking the question, I mean, that they should be taking that. Do you know what they do? I'm looking over. I didn't ask.
Well, there's the Office of County Investigations, OCI. Is that the office that we're talking about?
I can't remember.
And they do have subpoena power.
They do have subpoena power.
Yeah.
I guess my question is, do we already have a vehicle in place that's just underutilized, and maybe we need to, I don't want to say repurpose, but expand their role? Because I do remember they were pretty aggressive in going into departments and using their subpoena power with the vendors to get information if an anonymous complaint came in or if they suspected there was something going on. And I don't know if that happens anymore, but that jarred my memory. So that's just something to think about. Yeah, thank you.
Supervisor Hahn.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you. I add my congratulations on the report and the sympathy with what you had to go through to get the information. But I think it's very critical, and I appreciate the motion that brought this forward to have this, because I think what we're seen a lot through various levels of government is a real kind of crisis of distrust between the public that we serve and, you know, the view from the public in terms of its elected officials. And I think when we have high-profile cases that bring that to light, that are reported on by the media, I think that does harm to all of us. And I think that the public is in a mood right now where they're very distrustful. So I think anything we can do to try to increase this transparency, as you said, Supervisor Solis, make sure that our residents know that their tax dollars are being spent in the most efficient and trustworthy manner, I think is critical to us really going forward and being that governmental body that has gained the trust back from its public. So I really appreciate what you found, appreciate your recommendations. I look at, you know, I feel like since I've been a supervisor, it's been some of my problems too sometimes, is trying to get the information from, you know, the different departments and what you need. I also have found it to be problematic when we're presented sort of at the last minute with an extension, because if we don't act, it will expire, and then of course what will happen. And usually it's what will happen to a really critical service that we're providing as the county to our residents. So it's sort of never a bad thing that we want to continue, but many times we are sort of backed into a corner based on the timing of the expirations and the extension. So appreciate you also highlighting that as well. I really see a lot of your recommendations as going right to the heart of staffing, right? I think to really fulfill a lot of these recommendations, it's going to, I think, be more than just more training. I think it's going to be more staff. I particularly think one of the recommendations about the due diligence process for current and prospective vendors. You know, I think that the suggestion is that increased staff could help maybe, you know, find those areas that sometimes are getting slipped through because there just isn't the time or the staff to really drill down, which is what due diligence really is. So I think as we move forward, you know, we're going to have a tough discussion, Pija, about staffing and where we need to, you know, increase that to really, you know, underpin some of this investigation and recommendations. So I do thank you for that. I know this board is very committed to moving in a direction that is more transparent, more accountable, more efficient, and really provides that ethics piece as well to, you know, again, get the trust back from the people that we serve. So I really appreciate your work. I think it's important, and I hope we can have what it takes to implement the recommendations in a way that really course corrects maybe where we might have headed. So thank you.
Thank you very much. It's clear to me from what has been presented and shared here today, there's work to do to improve our contracting processes and to strengthen our county's ethics safeguards. Today we heard from an independent investigator who reviewed a sample of our contracts and our county contracting procedures. And what I heard is we need to update our contracting processes so that they're centralized, streamlined, and complied with by all of our departments. This recommendation to have a central repository of all contracts executed by the county is a no-brainer. This change seems to be a very basic responsibility and a best practice for a public entity, especially one of our size. As we know, the county is large and needs vary dramatically across the organization. And while it makes sense for reasons that have been articulated, to not contract centrally, we absolutely must have centralized tracking capabilities, which is foundational to good governance and should be accessible and user-friendly. We worked hard to put these practices in place at my prior jurisdiction, and as large as a county is by comparison, there are ways to scale and implement this type of systems change. I would like to highlight one of the most important recommendations that stood out to me. Per your report, I quote, "The importance of an independent and high-ranking compliance officer has been well documented throughout the corporate world, and such a position has become the norm across top companies with varying models and reporting structures. Government agencies, including the U.S. Department of Justice and the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, have emphasized the importance of establishing a dedicated top compliance position, which I know has been raised in comments by my colleagues. And so I just wanted to clarify from County Council, there was sort of an assertion about what's before us potentially, which, if any, of the Covington recommendations are included in the proposed charter amendments that make up Measure G.
Thank you, Supervisor. In terms of, if you're asking about the ethics compliance officer, that is in the Measure G. That's the proposed charter section in Article 3D, Section 11.70 requires that there be, if it were to pass, would require that there be an ethics compliance officer by 2026.
Are there any other recommendations that are proposed that are also in the measure, or is that the only one?
I do think the Ethics Commission, they don't specifically call out an Ethics Commission in their report, but certainly in response, for example, to Supervisor Mitchell's questions, the Measure G does also require an Ethics Commission also be established in 2026 along with an ethics officer.
Okay. Thank you for that. The inclusion of these items in the charter amendment once again shows how critical governance reform is in the county. And the charter amendments are not only making forward-looking changes to create needed checks and balances in county government, but they're also addressing critical issues that third parties are bringing to our attention, such as this report. Another issue that's of note to me is the report's reference to the auditor-controller's budget. I'm interested in hearing from the auditor-controller on this recommendation, and if he concurs, seeing a more detailed proposal from the auditor-controller to address the gaps identified to consider for fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget cycle. I'm aware that today's presentation is receive and file, but I know County Council has already been directed unanimously by this board to develop their recommendations for next steps based on this presentation. And I look forward to County Council's report on recommended changes, which I expect to be developed in partnership with our Internal Services Department to ensure that it is practical, feasible, and that all resources required to implement are identified, such as software systems, staffing, as was referenced, as well as funding. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much. I would just say that in the fact that this study and report was 3 years in process, when we acknowledge the risks that we heard clearly from those who conducted the forensic audit, that whatever the outcome on election day, that we not necessarily arbitrarily rate to whatever year that was, you said, 2026, I think, in terms of implementing some of the elements of this report. We have a responsibility based on what we know today to take action as quickly as possible. So I hope that we wouldn't wait, regardless of the outcome election day, based on what we know, based on the recommendations, that we work with our current CEO and work within our budget process to figure out how we pay for it and what we do quickly, given the risks that we as a board have currently very publicly been made aware of.
Oh yeah, and my comment wasn't to wait till 2026. It was to talk about it in our through our upcoming budget cycle. So Supervisor Solis.
I just wanted to add that in your report, you kind of touch on making sure that we don't have there's restrictions in terms of where staff can go after they leave. Employment here, a revolving door type of theme. And that I do know we've talked about in Measure G. Only I think we could start to do some of that now because I think those are things that we should be enforcing in a way that can make a difference and send that signal to staff now.
And also, I would just say your board actually did, as it pertains to the revolving door, your board did pass an ordinance in September of this year, September 2024, passing that to extend it to 2 years.
Great. With that, Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward? Manuel Lira and Patricia McAllister. Please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item number 12, if you haven't done so already, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, when we have the first remote speaker, please.
Our first participant is Roy Humphreys. Your line is open. If you are muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Roy, are you there?
Roy.
Roy?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, sir. Go ahead.
You can hear me now. Okay. Thank Supervisor Solis and on our situation here in Roland Heights. You're talking about the enforcement of the conditions and so forth with the Fullerton underpass, which has been, it's years behind, so forth. So where's the enforcement on it, where the SCOG should be disbanded? They should be tried and go to jail for criminal activity. You can't even get Pacific Rail to finish their part of it so we can get this thing done. So this is just, smoke and mirrors. You're spending a lot of money. And with anything, without enforcement, it's meaningless. And then, of course, we have to thank Supervisor Hahn for putting the choke chain on the Fullerton access to, and this, we have to get rid of 4 houses. That was from James Yang, by the way, of the county. There was 4 houses that would have to go to make that thing fruition. This is, again...
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
This happened.
Moderator, next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Corey Schmidt. Your line is open. If you are muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
All right, Corey Schmidt, for the record. I think I may have missed the button. We were talking about ADUs, putting something in the back, something like that. I don't know, but speaking of putting stuff in the back, I think we're talking about Ridley, right? Ridley Thomas. So we got one, I guess Weezer, right? Is another, and Englander. So I think we got 3 points, something like that. Let's see. So misconduct. I don't know. Do you think that? Do you think it was okay what he did? Do you think it was okay what any of them did? Just wondering, But I think maybe I'll save the rest of my comments for another time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Corey Schmidt. Your line is open. If you are muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone.
That was Corey Schmidt. I think we lost Eric Previn, who was next in queue. If we could get Eric Previn
I do apologize. Yes, one moment, please. Well, we'll go to the line of Lynn Planbeck. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Lynn, are you there? Lynn Planbeck. Lynn? Okay, we'll go to our next speaker, please.
And that is from the line of Eric Previn. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
We got to look at the AT&T contract. I sat on hold for 15 minutes when they were pretending not to answer the call. Very, very poor form. I would like an extra minute. This has been a long time coming, and I have to admit, Shalman and the gang gave a perfectly PABA report. And I honestly don't think that any of the controls are put in place. And you can read this kind of bullshit weakness and deficiency language in county reports going back 25 years. What is not on display is anything being done about it at all. Remember the job order contract, Supervisor Hahn, Supervisor Solis, and how, oh my God, he was right. And then at Long Beach and all these other places, we need to allow for public meeting in a way that is meaningful, and the sunshine will dry up all the rain. Trust me. And I want to see the invoices, all of them, from this Covington-Burling group. They charge a lot of money, and I want to know exactly how much we paid for this whitewash. Nothing, no disrespect. It's a very nice whitewash, but it is a whitewash, and we want real nuts and bolts improvements to these systems.
Your time has
Every week,
expired.
in and out.
Next speaker, please.
Agreements and other.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in queue to address the board.
Okay, we'll close virtual public comment and turn to speakers in person. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Manuel Lira, speaking on behalf of SEIU Local 721, and our more than 55,000 dedicated members who work for LA County. For years, our union has highlighted the need for increased transparency and accountability in the county's contracting process and has attempted to establish similar guardrails through bargaining. The current system for disclosing contracting information are woefully opaque and overly complicated. At a minimum, the county must pursue the creation of easily accessible resources that allow the public to track how taxpayer dollars are spent by the county, including forums for labor organizations and other community stakeholders to interface with county officials as contracting decisions are made. Local 721 calls on the Board of Supervisors and other county officials to urgently identify services to bring back under direct control and to make sweeping reforms to its contracting policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Patricia McAllister. I brought this topic up before. I studied accounting. I work for an accountant, 2 accountants. The problem is very simple. You don't have a certified public accountant. The controller auditor is appointed by the Board of Supervisors. He has a degree in business administration. It don't go like that, okay? We must get either he's elected, like the city, or if you appoint one like you're doing now, he must be or she must be a certified public accountant. That's why everything is all screwed up. You guys are the accountants, because if he doesn't do what you tell him to do, you're going to fire him and bring somebody else in. So you are really the bosses. You're really the controllers and the auditors, and that's why things are all screwed up. Now, we did hear before that there's no organization. You're not following standard accounting procedures, because you ladies, you're shopping just like you going to, one of the big stores. This is the problem. We need a CP.
Thank you. Next speaker. Okay, no other speakers in the room. This report is received and filed. Thank you all for being here today. Hearing no objections, that will be the order. At this time, it would be appropriate to hear from supervisors on items not on the posted agenda to be presented or referred to staff or placed on a future agenda. It's my understanding that Supervisor Barger has a read-in motion, and I will turn it to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this motion is a read-in for next week, co-authored by our chair, Horvath. As we all know, the entertainment industry is a driving force in our local economy. According to a recent study by Film LA, production in Los Angeles County fell by 19.7% in 2023 compared to the previous year. We have seen production leave our state and move to other states with better incentives, such as New York, Georgia, and even out of the country to the United Kingdom and Ontario. My district, which includes Glendale, Burbank, Universal City, and others, is home to many great studios of Los Angeles County, and the lack of production in these areas affects many small businesses as well as those who support the entertainment sector. These include mom and pop restaurants, caterers, dry cleaners, retailers, and so many more. In an effort to keep production in our state, the California Film and Television Tax Credit Program was launched in 2009 and has since generated over $26 billion in economic activity and supported over 197,000 crew jobs across the state. Recognizing the importance of the entertainment industry in keeping production local, last year the board voted to support the 5-year extension of the Film and TV Tax Credit Program and we must continue to build on that momentum. This past Sunday, Governor Newsom announced an exciting proposal to expand the tax credit program from $330 million to $750 million. This is great news and will certainly make our state and region more competitive and attractive to the entertainment industry. And I want to thank Supervisor Newsom for recognizing the importance of this issue. I'd also like to thank Mayor Karen Bass for understanding the critical need for keeping production local and establishing the Entertainment Industry Council made up of industry leaders to inform solutions that will help revitalize the industry. I'm looking forward to partnering with her in the city to develop solutions that will benefit us and the entire region. With that, I bring in this read-in motion asking for the support for the following. We therefore move that the Board of Supervisors direct our Chief Executive Office, Legislative and Intergovernmental Relations Branch to support Governor Newsom's proposal to expand the California Film and Television Tax Credit Program from $330 million to $750 million. And we further move that the Board of Supervisors direct the Department of Economic Opportunity to partner with the City of Los Angeles and Mayor Karen Bass's Entertainment Industry Council to identify best practices and opportunities for county to implement, including all 88 cities, continuing to attend all upcoming Entertainment Industry Council meetings as an observer and report back to the board in 60 days. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell, did you want to comment on this? Oh, okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to thank you both for the read-in motion, bringing it forward, and again, thank the governor as his newly appointed member of the California Film Commission and as the author of Film Tax Credit 3.0. We just passed the regulations for Film Tax Credit 4.0 on Friday. This is long overdue. You know, we have been hemorrhaging. And while we have, through the now 4 iterations of the film tax credit, have kind of tinkered around the edges, increasing the actual volume of the tax credit is the real deal. So thrilled he's done it. Happy to sign on to encourage members of the legislature. It will be an uphill battle to get this through the legislature, but I'm very glad you brought it forward, and I'll be happy to vote to support it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor, and thank you, Supervisor Barger, for this motion. It will be placed on the November 6, 2024 agenda. And we'll now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on closed session items, as well as general public comment. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on these items. Executive Officer, please read the call-in information and call those members of the public who've signed up to speak on general public comment, as well as our closed session items.
Members of the public, you will have 1 minute to address the board on all the closed session items and 1 additional minute to address on general public comment. Please state your name and clearly indicate the items you will be addressing. You may only address the board on closed session items and general public comment. We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers.
Will the following individuals please come forward? Dr. Ivy Hilton, Javier Garcia, Manuel Lira, Margot Rieg, and Patricia McAllister. Please come forward and staff will assist you. Moderator, may I have the first remote speaker, please?
Yes, our first participant is Eric Previn. Your line is open. If you are muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Yeah, thank you. When you go back into closed session, I'm sure you're going to be discussing lots of interesting things, including how badly that report went, because it was quite exposing of the county as being completely incompetent at self-regulating, which is why I think expanding to 9 supervisors with 9 departments that cost nothing, which is absolute bullshit, speaks in the face of exactly what we saw this week when a document was released from county council showing that it's going to cost possibly $21 million to fund just a little ethics commission full of friendly plants who don't do the job. I want to draw a map of all the go-along to get-along characters who work at the LA City Ethics Commission, from Miriam Krinsky to Richard Joy and Paul Kokori, and they're all the same kind of characters who are working for the man, if I may use the official term. Therefore, it's not independent to have those kinds of programs and commissions, and I think what we really need to do is focus on leadership at the supervisorial level.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
And that is from the line of Lynn Plombeck. Your line is open, and if you are muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Lynn Plombeck, Santa Clarita.
Let's hold the time. We lost Lynn. Is Lynn still there? Lynn, are you there? Lynn? Okay, we'll go to our next speaker, please, moderator.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in queue to address the board.
Okay, then we'll go to speakers in person. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I would like to address the closed agenda item. I guess it had something to do with the trailer park, and I spoke on August the 13th, and I was tying this into the homeless issue that pervades our city or nation, state. When I was here on the 13th, okay, let me just say that I have documents for you to review, and all conversations that I'm referring to were in person except for the one with Adriana Beasley. So I was here back on August 13th, 2024, discussing some housing issues that I had with the Weingart Center Association, as is in direct relation to the Mayor's Inside Safe program at the LA Grand Hotel and the complete demobilization that was scheduled for July 31st, 2024, when most all participants were set to be moved to the Mayfair Hotel and the Weingart Tower 2, among several other places on or about June 28th, 2024.
Thank you. Your time has expired, but we can take the remainder of your comments to circulate to these offices. And if you'd like to, if someone could also please advise her of what happened with the motion that she referenced in her comments, so that way she's aware of today's action. Yes, and you get 1 minute for that today. Next speaker, please.
I'm speaking on 12 and public comment. I disagree with your panel today that they said they didn't find any fraud or anything like that. I disagree with that. Not with all of this going on. No. They have in the report that they want you guys, the auditor controllers, to stop all that spending. Okay, like I told them, I know what I'm talking about. You guys in control of the money. And they're saying that that's really abuse. We don't know where that money is going. Another thing they said, you don't have a centralized business, a building. You don't have a centralized building or a place where contracting data and documents are being stored. What kind of accounting principles are those? You don't even have a place to store all of these legal documents. They want you issued, they have problems with issues with contract monitoring across the different departments. If you had a certified public accountant, all of this would be cleared up. They know and they're certified, they have licenses. So you cannot tell them what to do because they'll lose their license with the state of California if they go against the.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. 1 minute for public comment today. Thank you. Next speaker, please. This is your second warning, ma'am. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Margot Rieg. I'm the president of the LA County League of Women Voters. And I would like to make a brief statement on item 12 and then make a presentation. The League of Women Voters strongly supports the founding of an ethics commission, an ethics compliance officer, and an office of ethics compliance within the county to track all the types of contracting and malfeasance that can erupt in such a huge county operation. So the League of Women Voters definitely supports the establishment of an ethics commission and an ethics compliance officer. The second thing is that I have brought copies of the League of Women Voters election info in English and Spanish for each of the supervisors, which discusses the 3 county ballot measures in pro and con format and the elected.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You can circulate that information through our staff and it will come to all of our offices. Thank you for being here today. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, autoridades de Los Ángeles. Mi nombre es Javier García Navarro.
Good afternoon, Los Angeles authorities. My name is Javier Garcia Navarro.
Reflexión. Primero los pobres por el bien de todos y todas.
Reflection. First the poor for the good of all.
Informe. El licenciado José Gerardo Rodolfo Fernández Noroña, presidente y senador de la Mesa Directiva del Senado de México.
Report. Attorney Jose Gerardo Rodolfo Fernández Noroña, President and Senator of the Board of the Senate of Mexico.
Me ha instruido para saludar al talentoso y promisorio Consejo de Supervisores del Condado de Los Ángeles.
Has instructed me to extend greetings to the talented and promising Board of Supervisors of the County of Los Angeles.
Acuerdos reunidos en la sala de juntas del Consulado General de Los Ángeles de México, acordamos auditar y reportar a todas las quejas contra los empleados que no trabajan y tratan mal al público en general.
Resolution. Gathered in the meeting room of the Los Angeles Consulate General of Mexico, we agreed to audit and report all complaints against employees who do not work and treat the general public poorly.
Gracias, autoridades.
Thank you, authorities.
Le voy a entregar un documento a la supervisora.
And
Hilda
I would
Solís.
like to turn over a document to the supervisors.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you
Thank
very
you very
much.
much.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers in person? Seeing none, we'll go back to our last speaker on the phone. Moderator, please go ahead.
And that is Roy Humphreys. Your line is open. If you are muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Thank you. This got a real jaw dropper for you. Experienced Supervisor Barger talking to NBC reporter regarding the refusal of the county to cooperate with Gavin Newsom on ridding the streets, etc., of the homeless / encampments. And in the end, she said, we just don't have a solution. Well, perhaps the supervisor is just forgetful. So I'm here to remind you. There's this fellow, maybe you've heard of him. His name is Roy Humphreys from Rowland Heights, who has informed you to stop the development of a park up there, Pointy Hills landfill, and make that the village. And that's where we can take a lot of those, and they're all kinds of different homeless people, and the RVs, put them up there, an ideal location, and to it, take all of those who otherwise take the
Thank you.
county-wide
Your
system
time has expired.
of transient,
Next speaker, please.
sites.
And next we'll go to the line of Corey Schmidt. Your line is open. If you are muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Interessante. I thought that you guys were going to cut the mic, so that's cool. That is a character trait, I believe. Okay. Okay, back to what I was saying. So what's on the menu today? We've got sewer service. I'm down. That sounds like a good idea. So the water rate. Would you guys like to rate the water? That's a good idea. But the water rate, I guess, how much it costs for water, something like that. Yeah. We were talking about alleged misconduct, right? And I was thinking, check this out. So I see a library fee. So learning sounds good. And then there's the alcohol at the supermarket and the Hollywood Bowl,
Thank you.
Maybe two
Your time
tickets.
has expired. Next speaker, please.
And Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in queue to address the board.
That concludes our time for public comment. Members of the public and colleagues, we're now going into closed session. While we are in closed session, we'll be showing a video presentation honoring One Generation and recognizing Agism Awareness Day. Executive Officer, please read us into closed session.
In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss Item number CS1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. Item number CS2, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. Item number CS3, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. Item number CS4, public employee performance evaluation. And item number CS5, public employment, consideration of candidate or candidates for appointment to the position of Executive Director of the Jail Closure Implementation Team, as indicated on the posted agenda.
I'm Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, and I'm here with Jenna House, President and CEO of One Generation, a leader in the intergenerational care movement. Located in the 3rd District, One Generation has been serving older adults and families for over 45 years, using a unique model that brings together older adults and young children through an intergenerational shared site, adult daycare, and infant, toddler, and preschool program. Their services and programs brilliantly incorporate younger and older generations, creating lasting friendships and building stronger communities for a lifetime. Established in 1978, One Generation's programs effectively build connections so younger and older people can learn and share across ages, which ultimately strengthens our communities. Intergenerational programming also helps combat ageism. Ageism diminishes what an older or younger person contributes, preventing us from fully benefiting from their gifts and talents. In recognition of October 9th as Ageism Awareness Day, I'm proud to honor One Generation for its work towards successfully creating age-friendly communities and leading the pathway towards intergenerational connections.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for your commitment and support as we work to reduce ageism across all communities. We are proud to represent one of the largest aging populations in Los Angeles County, creating intentional opportunities for individuals of all ages to connect, build relationships, and hopefully work towards creating a community where ageism no longer exists. So we encourage everyone to recognize the value of our older adults and promote the utilization of intergenerational programming throughout all sectors in our community, including education, healthcare, workforce development, and private sectors. On behalf of everyone at One Generation, we thank you for this incredible honor and look forward to our continued work towards bridging the gap between generations.
Thank you for all your work on behalf of our communities, One Generation. Executive Officer, please read the report of action.
The following is a report of action taken in closed session on October 29, 2024. Item number CS1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. No reportable action was taken. Item number CS2, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. No reportable action was taken. Item number CS3, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. No reportable action was taken. Item number CS4, public employee performance evaluation. No reportable action was taken. And item number CS5, public employment consideration of candidates for appointment to the position of Executive Director of the Jail Closure Implementation Team. No reportable action was taken. Thank you.
That concludes today's meeting. Please note that due to the statewide election on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024, the next regular meeting of the board will be held on Wednesday, November 6th, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. We are adjourned.